Well, hello and welcome back to Our Month in Film. It's the podcast where two brothers talk about film for a long time. I'm Zach,
And I'm Kevin.
and this week at the Discord chat, me and Kevin will be discussing all of the movies, TV shows, and books that we consumed in the month of September. Isn't that right, Kevin?
That is true. Yes, and this is a bit of a late episode. Zach is a busy bee, so we had to postpone this a little bit. So it is about halfway through the month of October. Actually, more than halfway so far. So we'll have another episode soon for you, pretty soon in October. Usually, I'd like to get these out in like the first week or so of the month, but life happens.
But may I say, at least we're still doing it, right?
Yep,
We could have
we're
just given
here.
up.
We would never give
We're
up.
here.
Why would I do that?
Did you know that John Green sings this song that goes, "We're here because we're here because we're here because we're here," to the tune of "Old Lang Syne," and it's very
Yeah, that
beautiful.
was in Turtles All the Way Down.
Did you watch that movie?
No, I just listened to you explain that when we discussed it.
Hey, wait a minute. Were you just eating pizza crust earlier? Now I'm getting the full picture. Earlier you said you were just eating a stick of bread, and that grocery stores just sell it to you like that. But now I see a full slice of pizza, and I'm beginning to think that maybe you were just yanking my chain a little bit.
I wasn't.
No, you weren't.
No, I actually wasn't. That was a breadstick. I bought
Okay, that
pizza
was
and
just a
breadsticks.
breadstick. I see. Okay.
I think
Okay,
you're
that
just
makes
I
sense.
think you're just paranoid.
Okay, well, why didn't you just explain that you got pizza and
I told you I
breadsticks?
got breadsticks.
No, you were like, I was like, did you just get a piece of bread? And you're like, yeah, you can buy those.
Yeah, and I
You
bought
didn't
them.
fully explain that
Did
you
I not buy these?
bought them alongside. Yeah, you told the truth, but you obfuscated.
I obfuscated.
Mm.
Ask him a question, he obfuscates. He glances. And they say I'm a Francophile. At least they know I know where France is. Then what do you say?
Yeah, obfuscate. One of the great words taught to all of us by Hamilton. Before that play, no one knew the word obfuscate, right, Kevin?
I never knew it.
Yep. Me neither. And I heard it and looked up the definition. It's a good word. It's definitely a word that has a good use case and definitely is good to use at times.
Mm-mm. Well, Zach, I'd say without further ado, let's get into the. While I open this window here, we should get into our oops, our first mini segment here, of which I ask you the trivia for the month. And let me know
Okay.
if you can recognize what this quote is from.
Okay. Allow me to enter my mind palace.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Is that from our podcast?
No.
If your friends
I
close,
didn't
but
even
your
know it
enemies
was from an
closer.
actual movie. It just I saw it here. I've never seen this movie. I've only seen the first one. Maybe this isn't a
your
proper
friends-
quote.
I'm
How can
gonna
I not see this one?
say, um, hmm, Ghostbusters.
It's from The Godfather Part 2.
Ah, I feel like I feel like that quote could not have possibly originated just from that movie. But allow me to search the internet.
How about
Clearly,
this
it's often
quote?
attributed to Sun Tzu, a Chinese military strategist.
Okay. And I haven't
author
seen
of
that
The
movie.
Art of War.
How about A Boy's Best Friend is His Mother?
Psycho.
Yes, it's from Psycho,
Right.
which I will be
Remember when you were
watching this month.
remember when you were really obsessed with the Norman Bates show?
Yeah, I was
That was
really
like your
obsessed with
favorite
Norman
show?
Bates' Psycho in general. Yeah, Bates Motel is a good show.
Do you think it's better than The Wire?
No, not better than The Wire. Really enjoyed it though. It was
True.
a solid show.
Always good to enjoy things. Enjoyment is one of the essences of life.
I'll be watching Psycho this week, along with its sequels,
Wow.
which we
Well,
will
you must have
discuss.
some sort of
Which we
you
will
must have some
discuss
sort
in
of
September. I mean, in
which we will
November.
discuss in November, but you must have some sort of schedule then that you're watching all sorts of different Halloween movies.
Yes. Allow me to share.
Are you going to be carving pumpkins with
I don't
Ben?
think I will carve pumpkins. And our audience, you may gaze at this as well.
All
As
right,
you can
let's take a
see.
look here.
Oops.
Octubre.
Oops. This is a look behind the scenes here, folks. Okay, see?
Octubre. Octubre, which reminds me of the
This is not a
intri-
complete list. This goes only until the 25th.
okay, a lot of movies called Puppet Master.
Yes. Yes.
I'm reminded by by the title of your list, Kevin, that I hilariously withdrew from German class, but am now studying German on Duolingo.
Yeah, I saw you did over 10 lessons yesterday.
Yeah, they were really easy, but
Hmm.
it's really stupid because I withdrew from my German class and now I'm actually doing German. There's something wrong with me.
Yeah,
Anyways,
you should do Spanish.
yo hablo un poquito español, pero no hablo German.
Alemán.
Brother in German is Bruder, and sister in German is Schwester.
Schwester. Bruder? It's like I call you my brother.
Exactly, that it reminded me of that.
My brother.
Bruder. Okay, anyways, I got the quote correct. That's 1 point for me. And now shall we move on to our exciting discussions?
Let's move on to our exciting discussions of our month in film.
All right, ready for this excitement? Oh boy.
Episode,
Okay.
and I believe this is episode 8,
Mm-hmm.
right? We're really moving right along.
Feels like just yesterday that we started back up. Well,
Yep, feels like
in
just yesterday.
on September 3rd, I watched a movie. This was just after I had finished watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, which feels so long ago now. Almost a distant memory at this point. Um, but I was really enjoying Larry David and his personality. I actually haven't thought about Larry David in quite some time now, which is why I say it feels so distant because I feel like I just had a phase and then completely got over it. But I watched a movie that he starred in 2013 called Clear History, which was kind of a honestly a pretty mediocre movie in my opinion. It wasn't really didn't really have that much of a any sort of big appeal to it. I think the main reason the movie existed is just because Larry David was in it, and Larry David was just kind of playing himself, and the plot was kind of weak, and I didn't really care about him, his character he was playing, because it didn't really seem real. But I mean, it's just about a employee of this tech startup that's trying to make this new electric car, and his boss is John Hamm, and he ends up quitting the job right before the company goes public or hits it big, and so the CEO or founder ends up becoming massively rich, but he quits the company. Larry David's character quits the company and moves to a remote area, and he's basically, for some reason, he becomes like the laughing stock of everybody. Like, oh, this guy lost out on all this money. What an idiot! And so he like changed his name and ended up just living in this town. And then he basically, the plot of the movie is him trying to get revenge on this guy who didn't even fire him. He quit the job willingly. Um, him trying to get revenge, and also John Hamm doesn't even hate Larry David. It turns out he feels bad for him and he wants to give him money back, but Larry David thinks that he hates him or something. So, anyways, the movie's kind of dumb and stupid, and I didn't really like it that much. I gave it 2.5 stars.
2.5 stars, yeah. Yeah, I saw you watch that. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything from Larry David except for Curb and his brief appearances in Seinfeld.
Sure,
You
well,
said
he's
he
not
just
really like
acts.
an actor,
He just kind of acts like his Larry David character the whole time.
which is just how he acts in real life, also. So,
Yeah,
like I say, he's not really an actor. Um,
yeah. I mean, he's a
I mean,
pretty good actor in Curb.
he's a good improvisational actor. Like, he's good at like saying things, but he doesn't like. He's not a character actor. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He doesn't inhabit someone else.
not a
He
serious
just is
actor.
who he is. He can say lines and stuff. He can do things. He's definitely very good at improv, but he's not like a dramatic actor or anything, or like a
Definitely
serious
not.
actor. Um. Anyways, yeah. There's another movie. There's a Woody Allen movie that he's also in called Whatever Works. Um, which I probably, which I might watch at some point, but who knows? But I don't know. I think that's kind of like the only other movie that he's in. And I hear that he also just plays himself in that movie. But in this movie, he starts out having a really long flowing hair, and then when he becomes disgraced, it's like 5 years later or whatever, or 10 years later, and then he's just back to being bald and normal. So at first it's weird because he's in a hairpiece, but then ends up just looking exactly like he always does.
Interesting. So he's not. Yeah, I saw the poster. He looks like he's got a bunch of hair and stuff and a beard. He doesn't look like that the whole time.
No, only for about the first 15 minutes, really.
Hmm. It's kind of a
Hmm.
misleading poster.
Yeah, it is. I mean, definitely.
But I guess it's like how in the poster for Endgame they had Thor, how he normally looks. But for the majority of the film, he was Fat Thor.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else to say on the film Clear History?
No, not really. I would not really recommend it.
5 out
Not
of
worth your
10.
time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll probably watch the couple movies that Larry David has done um, sometime, including this one. Out of interest, but yeah. 5.5 and meh score. I'm sure it'll be forgettable.
Yep.
All right. Well, my first movie to discuss is the film Love Lies Bleeding from 2024, which Mike and Jay discussed on the Half in the Bag Catch Up Part 2, Mid-Year Catch Up, I think. When are they going to do a Mid-Year Mustard? So
What?
Love Lies Bleeding is about these two lesbians who are into fitness. One of them owns a gym. Kristen Stewart is the main character, and she runs this gym, and yeah, actually, she doesn't own it. Her dad is pretty rich and is into some underground ties and shady stuff, and he owns the gym, and she basically manages it. And she meets this woman one day, who she finds very attractive and is pretty fit, and wants to be a wrestler, or I mean a bodybuilder, and then they start taking steroids together and making out, and then they do a bunch of sexual acts together in their apartment. There's a bunch of sex scenes, and then there ends up being a big brutal scene because Dave Franco, excuse me, Dave Franco plays Kristen Stewart's sister's husband, and he's extremely abusive, and it's a very tough situation because she is not accepting that she needs to get help in the relationship and get out of it. And he's basically going to kill her one day, and he ends up almost killing her. So in retaliation, Kristen Stewart's new girlfriend that she met, just brutally smashes his face in and breaks his jaw off, and his very gruesome, gory shot for a couple seconds is very good effects. And then basically they're just trying to cover up the murder and trying to lay low. All while the girlfriend that did the murder is also kind of mentally unhinged and starts to get addicted to the steroids and starts to hallucinate. It's a very disgusting scene when she finally makes it to the bodybuilding competition. It's kind of like a side plot. She has to go to Vegas halfway through, and she kind of leaves while they're trying to lay low because of the murder. So she goes to Vegas and then basically trips out and has horrible hallucinations where she's vomiting up. It's alien baby or something. Forgot exactly. And then she beats up her fellow contestants at the show. And then yeah. And then I won't go into the ending, but that's halfway through, and then they kind of just try to lay low, and then her dad gets involved because he's also done a lot of murders, and he has this one spot in the canyons or something, and he just drops a bunch of bodies down there. It's this huge ravine, or whatever you call it. Big, deep drop. So it was pretty good. I gave it a 7 out of 10. Really good acting, pretty cool, interesting, unique vision and story. Nice cinematography. It had a nice film grain look, nice colors and lighting and everything, and also very interesting kind of dream sequences too. Very, very interesting end sequence where they're all going through the clouds. Not to spoil it, that's all I'll say. You wouldn't know what that means.
Going through the clouds, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Looks like a cool movie poster here on Letterboxd.
Yeah, it was a nice A24 one from this year. Very violent, very sexual, trippy, very kind of gross too. Yeah, sweaty. Good movie.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'd recommend it if as long as you're not my grandma, or if as long as you're not Grammy or someone like that. As long as you watch stuff, you can kind of, you're okay with kind of weird violent stuff. If you like kind of calm movies, maybe you just like rom-coms. This is not a rom-com.
Right.
But if you're like you and me, if you just kind of watch anything, if you can just kind of sit down and watch anything for what it is, I would recommend this movie.
If your mind is warped.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. For sure.
Cool.
Sometimes it does feel nice to watch things that are wholesome.
Ian brought up a good
That's
why I loved My Neighbor Totoro. It was so beautiful.
True.
Go ahead about Ian.
Oh, he was just telling me about how his parents were we've seen too much sex and violence on TV. We're gonna watch The Voice. And then Ian started watching The Voice. Which it's really interesting watching network television because it's just so very still very polished and produced and clean. It's kind of weird to me that TV stations like NBC and ABC and CBS still have like their regular programming of just like NCIS Miami or all those like crime shows that have just
Yeah.
been going forever.
Wow.
And and yeah, there's some sort of element that of me that some part of me that wants to like wishes that I could just have like three television stations and just watch them and just have it all be there for me and not have to worry about choosing what to watch. But then I realized that also being subjected to constant advertisements is actually not good because advertisements, whether we like it or not, do subconsciously influence what we buy.
Yeah.
So,
I would like 24-hour channels of like shows I like Seinfeld or Curb with there's a bunch of episodes, but overall I would disagree. I like to pick what I want to watch. I watch it.
true.
But you know, cable
Okay,
TV is still
well,
cool. You can just throw on an episode of Bob's Burgers halfway through. We'll see what's on. Office, you know, like when we
hmm
watched it in Albuquerque.
I
Watched
mean,
some
in my
Office
opinion,
episodes.
the best time and place to watch stuff on TV is in a hotel or motel room.
Absolutely.
That's kind of like that's where I do most of my TV watching personally.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I certainly don't have cable. I'm not never gonna have it. I don't think. Not with
No,
these
me
streaming
neither. I don't.
services. They're much better, for the most part.
Yep, I
And for the
don't.
most part, much better. Except
I'm a big
arguably
fan
to
of the
the
line.
writers and actors, and that's what that whole strike was about.
The streaming services are not good for the writers, right?
Hmm.
Right. I'm a big fan of the library, though. I think that I might.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll ever pay for streaming services.
Do you have Canopy with your Chicago library? It has to, right?
Yeah, I get Canopy.
I watched Popeye with Canopy. Hate this hair. It's just halfway on my head. Yeah, Canopy's good. I just got it on my TV. Watched a couple stuff on Canopy.
Speaking of hair, do you want to see how long my hair is?
Sure.
And for the audiences at home to get an update, so they can update their Zach's hair length charts at home.
Wow. What a
There it
luscious
is.
mane.
I feel like your hair was about this long at some point, right? Maybe a little longer. I
Yeah.
don't know.
It was about that long at its longest.
I feel like your hair in pictures I've seen was always very like bushy.
Yeah, it's very
Mine's kind of getting
poofy.
like that.
Yeah.
But also, I keep my hair up almost all at all times. So I feel like it might be more puffy if I kept it down.
Yeah.
Anyhow, would you like to discuss the next movie?
Yes, the next movie I watched was Alien Hunt from 2024. Have you ever heard of the film Alien Hunt, Zach?
I've heard of the film Alien, and I've heard of the NES video game Duck Hunt, but I haven't heard of Alien Hunt.
Do you regularly watch all the Red Letter Media videos? Just
No, not
sometimes.
regularly. I watch them sometimes. I don't
Mm.
really, I don't have, my computer doesn't have YouTube, and I try not to go on my phone, and I'm not logged into YouTube on the TV. So I don't really get a regular subscription feed because I have trouble doing anything
Mm.
if I have distractions in my life. So I'm trying to eliminate distractions.
It's a shame.
Although I'm often unsuccessful at this.
I love my Red Letter Media. My favorite channel by far. I'm watching all the movies.
True.
So anyway, Alien Hunt. I watched Alien Hunt because, well, it's much more funny in the episode, but they were talking about how they like to watch more underground indie movies, like Love Lies Bleeding, and then Mike showed a trailer to Jay. It looked very bad and very cheap, like one of those bottom of the barrel, like almost like independent, almost like amateur homemade quality film with like slightly elevated budget and like actual actors and cast and calls and everything, but like just barely above an amateur production with like your friends. You know what I mean? So they played that, and then Mike and Jay said for like a minute. It's much funnier in the video, but they said watch Alien Hunt. They implored me to watch Alien Hunt. They said we will never watch it or talk about it. Watch Alien Hunt. Get it to the New York Times bestsellers list, even though it's not a book.
Nice.
So I said okay. So I watched Alien Hunt at work one day. It was on Amazon Prime for free with streaming. So I watched it, and yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty embarrassing, and it was basically just alien. It was like I learned the race of the aliens is called xenomorphs. So it's basically just a xenomorph alien. Almost looks exactly like the ones you see in that franchise. And he's basically just in the woods, and it was funny, that's the best of the worst meme. A lot of the videos, like the shit tier things. You don't need a permit to film in the woods, so frequently the woods appear in best of the worst films, and Rich Evans notoriously hates the woods and woods movies. So they were joking about that too, and yeah, it's basically just them running around in the woods for the most part with an alien. They rent an ambulance for production value. It had decent production value. The camera quality was like above like the camera I have, but I mean way below like professional grade. It's like probably slightly above consumer grade or something. The director has made a couple films before.
Do you want to see Alex's camera?
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lens on it, but it's a fancy Canon cinema camera.
It's pretty fancy, pretty contraptive.
Canon EOS C300.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My roommate Alex just ran a marathon today.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't run a marathon today.
Nor did I.
I just sat on my butt.
As did I. Sat on my butt and walked to the library, and that's about it. But tomorrow's a new day.
But I did stuff while I sat on my butt.
Tomorrow you're going to go to the gym and exercise like me, right, Kevin?
No.
Oh.
Maybe Monday. Definitely not tomorrow, though.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Chilling.
Oh.
Maybe I'll do it. I highly doubt it. Yeah, but basically the main point I wanted to discuss of Alien Hunt is that there was like 4 main characters. There was like a brother and sister, and they were like kind of southern. They were like from Louisiana or Kentucky or something, and they were in Louisiana, and they come home. This girl comes home, and she lived in I think she lives in Nashville, and so maybe they're actually in Tennessee. Yeah, I think she lives in Nashville. So she kind of was in the city life more for a bit, but then she moved back to the country with her friend and brother because she got fired. So they want to do like a little vacay in their family cabin, but the cabin is actually like barely within the property of this alien hunt land. So they're like, this is restricted property. Should we go in? And after some hemming and hawing, they decided to go in. But there was a scene where one of the characters was black, and he was like best friends with the girl's brother, I believe, or one of the other friends. And he was like, you're so quick to want to go into this restricted land because you're white, bro. This is white privilege. And then he was like, what are you talking about, white privilege? And that was like a kind of a recurring thing. A couple times throughout the movie. They were just like weirdly talking about white privilege, but it was just funny. It wasn't that serious. And then at the end of like the climax when they're beheld by the scientist who was working on the aliens and trying to befriend them, and the crazy lady who was enforcing his laws. They're being held captive, and they started arguing about white privilege again while they were being captive at a gunpoint. It was pretty funny. Not as funny as when I explain it, but it was pretty just weird. It's like, why are they talking about this? But it was just kind of funny. Just silly. And the lady had this expression the whole time. She carried a gun. And then it turned out, you thought it was like some sort of government project, but there was just this like rogue doctor and like this crazy lady who was like ex-military or something. And they were just like killing people illegally.
Got it. So if you could summarize the whole movie in just one sentence, what would you say?
The alien got hunted. My time got bunted.
I see. Okay, good. All right. Sounds like this movie should never be viewed or watched by anyone, correct?
Well, that's not true. You have to do your duty to watch it. I got Ben to watch it. And he was texting me halfway through. He said, because sometimes I just recommend stuff to watch, and he watches it like on his phone at work. And then he texted me like, I'm halfway through Alien Hunt. Why am I watching this? I said, it's your duty. So I got him to watch all of Alien Hunt. And I implore you, Zach, to do the same, and you at home. Watch Alien Hunt.
I feel like there's an extent to which
there's better things to do.
Jay Bauman and Mike Sikolasov were kind of just joking when they said you should watch it.
Yeah, I know. Half of me was like, I'm not gonna watch that shit, but then I was like, I might as well. I get a glimpse of the other side. I usually watch produced movies with actors that are famous and multi-million dollar budgets, and good to get a glimpse at what movies can also be. And it's not like terrible. Like the plot was decent. The acting was pretty bad, but it wasn't like embarrassing or like cynical. It was just kind of just some guy wanted to make a little movie, and he's made a couple like very low budget, just kind of sci-fi or horror movies, and it's harmless ultimately, but it's also shit.
Yeah, it's sort of like a grounding technique. Like you gotta teach yourself how bad movies could be to appreciate how good they could be.
And I mean that's one level, and then you have Neil Breen, or even under Neil Breen is the only other best of the worst movie I watched. The worst one was called Max and Arthur.
Oh gosh, that's a weird title for a movie.
It was the gay one. It was watched it at the beginning of this year.
Got it, the gay
it's
one.
Called like Max and Ruby.
Max and Ruby.
It was called
Ruby and Max.
It was called Smile 2. Just kidding.
You've seen it, right?
It was called
the smiling face.
It was called Ben and Arthur. That is probably the worst movie I've ever seen on a technical level and basically on every level. But then on a higher production level, you have 41-Year-Old Virgin, which cynically wise is probably the worst shit I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have like that like dog one we watched one time on your computer, and that's like less horrible than 41-Year-Old Virgin, but more annoying and more like just nothingness. So it's different levels of dog shit.
What I think you should do, Kevin, is as a creative project is develop some sort of like 3-dimensional axiom of different scales of different categories of what makes a movie bad. You can sort of like create like a concrete theory of all the different dimensions of badness, right? Because as you've explained it, as I think I agree, there's different ways that movies can be bad. It'd be good for someone to really create a unified theorem of bad movie and maybe sort of plot which movies go where.
That sounds like it'd be pretty tough.
Well, the best things in life are.
Hmm. I'm not sure I could figure that out.
Oh,
I'm kind of just making, just kind of giving the examples that I know. A few bad
oh,
movies I've seen.
oh.
I mean, I'd have to watch a lot of stuff. Maybe in like the people on Mike's and Jay's age, and I've seen a million stuff.
A million stuff.
Yes.
I've seen a million stuff.
All right then. That was Alien Hunt. Hey, look. Not gonna read it yet. Fuck you. I'm not gonna read it. We watched that sunlight play out live. You and me, brother.
I
All
don't
right.
even remember that.
Next, we can kind of skip over this one because we didn't briefly. We discussed it last month. Is Coraline. I discussed it with you because I saw it before we recorded last month's episode. Because we also recorded that one a little late. So, really, just go back and listen to that one. So Coraline's a great movie. I can't fathom how much work stop motion animation takes. Iconic movie, cool stuff.
I actually can fathom that because I produced a series of stop motion films about a stick figure guy that were about 20 seconds each and were very rudimentary and simple, but
With paper.
mm,
Yeah, well, I've actually
faithful.
already done that too, Zach. I've done it with Lego stop motion, but doing that for like at 30 minutes in an afternoon is not the same thing as
Hmm.
a feature length film. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. But you
With
can
all those puppets.
extrapolate though. You could imagine.
I can't imagine because that would just be like, and how do you even get it so specific? I can't fathom. I mean, I could fathom. It'd be like years probably.
A lot of training, expertise.
And that's so small. Must be such a like a camera with a cool lens.
Yes, perhaps a tilt shift lens. Could be. I'm no lens expert, but okay, so we've discussed Coraline, so now we can discuss another movie that I've never seen.
That's what they do. Next is 1984's Gremlin from Joe Dante. I really enjoyed this movie. This is a great movie. I really liked it. This is... Ugh, I'm going bald. But am I? Probably. This is a good movie. I would like to watch it again on Christmas. And it's really nice. It's really nice. What's his name? The main gremlin is super cute. He's so cute. I want him to be my friend. Gizmo's his name. I wanna have him as a pet. He'd be the best pet ever. He's so cute.
But don't feed him after midnight, right?
Yep. Don't feed
Or
him after midnight. Or don't
but
get
technically
water on him.
all time is after midnight.
Yep. Don't, and those are he has 3 rules. I think the first one is don't feed him after midnight. Don't give him sunlight, and don't get water on him.
Mm.
Those are the 3. Because if you get water on him, that makes them multiply.
Oh.
It's a bunch of different cute gremlins. But then if you feed them after midnight, then they turn into mean gremlins. So inevitably that ends up happening. And our main character and his dog and his girl have to try to fix what they caused. Although it was really the dad's fault because he basically stole the gremlin, even though he was told it was not for sale. Although the seller's grandson was the one that sold him to him. But yeah, it's very fun. It was a good Christmas movie. I didn't know it took place on Christmas. It was like a nice, straightforward, nice classic '80s movie, and Jonathan Banks was in it. as a cop.
Oh wow.
Yep, he was young.
Well, perhaps perhaps if we see each other during Christmas, we could watch it.
Yep, that would be great.
Currently, don't know what my Christmas plans are though.
Mm.
Unsure if I'm gonna. I mean, I'm sure I'll come back for some period of time, but I don't know how long. All depends on if I get a job. I'm waiting on to hear from Potbelly.
Mm. Gotcha.
Uh, uh. All right. Sounds like a good movie.
Yeah, this
Now, what
film is
about your
very
next
enjoyable.
movie?
Now, next is Child's Play. This in the month of September, I only watched the first Child's Play. This month, I've watched the rest of them, and now can't wait to get into the rest of those movies. And in the next episode, I'm a big Chucky fan now, and Child's Play is a great movie as well. Um, it's the most like straightforward, serious, like taking itself seriously at least, even though it's still like a very crazy premise. Um, just about a kid who gets this doll from his mom because he really wants it, and she couldn't afford it. She didn't save up enough for it. She didn't because it was like kind of a new doll, and she didn't know it was going to be out before her son really wanted it. So she didn't get to save up enough. So she only got to get him like the accessories for the doll, the good guy doll as it's called. So she was working, and her friend at work told her that there's like one being sold out back for like a discounted price, and he's only got one. So they go out and buy that one, and that one doll that she bought for her son Andy was possessed by the spirit of Charles Lee Ray because he was being pursued by cops, and he got cornered in a toy store and was surrounded by good guy dolls, and right before he died he transferred his body into one of the dolls through voodoo. And that is the plot. And Andy gets the doll for his birthday, and loves it. And the doll starts to like talk to him. And Andy, of course, the mom thinks he's just a kid, and he's just pretending that the doll's talking to him, but really he is. And then one time, Andy says like, "Auntie is a real bitch," or something like that, and his mom is like, "How could you say that, Andy?" He said, "I didn't say it, Chucky said it. He told me to say it. That's what he said." So it's like that kind of stuff. But then there's eventually a point when Chucky comes to life, and then killing ensues and lots of fun. Watch it for yourself. That's the pitch.
So you liked the movie, is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
I really liked it.
Got
Maybe
it.
even loved it. Definitely love the Chucky franchise as a whole.
Why don't you marry it then?
Got like nasal right in the back of my nose. Can't
You've
stop
got
when I spit.
nasal?
I've got like snot in my nasal passage, like right
I see.
right in the back corner.
You want
Child's
to try
Play
to
from
blow the
1988.
nose?
What?
Gonna try to blow your nose?
No, blowing wouldn't help. It's not like a booger or a big snot. It's like it has to drip down.
Hmm. Sounds tough
Yeah.
and annoying.
Yep.
Well, Child's Play sounds like a classic movie. Glad you had the opportunity to watch it.
Yeah, Child's Play and Gremlins were free on YouTube, so I watched
Wow.
them. Next, I watched Mad Max Fury Road, which I really liked as well. I gave it 9 stars, but really, especially after I watched Furiosa, it might go down to 8. I liked Furiosa better than Mad Max, but we'll get into that in the next episode. But Fury Road was pretty damn awesome. It's basically, almost all of it is like a chase sequence with like a couple breaths where they're parked, but even during those breaths there's still kind of action going on. It's always kind of moving, and it's really great. And it's mostly about Furiosa. She's really the main character. Max kind of gets involved with her problems, and he hardly says anything through the whole movie, and he just kind of helps her out and helps her achieve her goals, which is pretty much what happens in all the Mad Max movies, except really for the first one. He's trying to rescue his wife in the first one. Um, and yeah, great direction, great acting. Can't imagine how intense that is to film a movie like that and edit it all and get those shots. George Miller is an interesting guy. He's just almost just done this and nothing else. No, I know he's done a couple other movies that I don't know any of them off the top of my head.
He's got some really cool glasses.
Yeah,
I'll say that. Looking at his photo here on the internet.
yeah. Immortan Joe was crazy. The beginning, this guy Immortan Joe has all the water. There's like basically three civilizations, and it's the Bullet Farm, where bullets are made, and then Gasoline Town. They call it Gasoline, where all the fuel is made, and then Immortan Joe has a base where he basically has all the water and agriculture, and he also has this line of obese women that just milk all day. He has milk from them.
He has obese women that he treats as if they were cattle and milks milk from them.
Yeah, basically, they're just like milk slaves.
Does he rape them all too to have babies so that they'll keep producing milk?
Not as far as I know. He does have. I don't think so. No, he has like basically the plot of the chase is that Furious is trying to get these women away from him. Like one of them is pregnant, and they're basically his wives as like sex slaves. And one of them is pregnant with his child, and that she's basically trying to get him to safety back to the green place, which was where she spent the first early years of her childhood, and we get to see that in the Furiosa movie. So, yeah, I don't think he impregnates them, but I know you have to like have recently had a child to be able to pump milk. But maybe if you just keep pumping forever,
True.
who knows? I know there was like an H3 lady that they talked about who had like this son who would breastfeed until he was like 5 at least, which is horrible. But she was still able to produce milk, so maybe these women were too. And he's also got this like room with a bunch of like plants hanging from like rows and walls. Plants a bunch of stuff.
There's
And then one of them.
there is such a thing as a wet nurse.
Right, yeah, wet nurses. Yeah, I know wet nurses. Yeah. They're basically wet cows.
Who knows how the female biology works? A mystery to us all. No way to know.
Right. There's also a scene at the very early couple, like first 15 minutes where we see Immortan Joe give water to his people who are just like completely desolate and just look super malnourished and dry and dirty, and just it looks like a horrible life living in this world for the most part, unless you're like very lucky and are a leader or very high up. You're basically just a peasant, and he like has this big mountain with like a skull face on it, and out of like the teeth of the skull comes this waterfall, and it all rushes down, and they have like pans that they catch water in. They're like, ooh, and they're like trying to like scoop water up from the floor after it all stops flowing, and I was like, wow, count me out.
True.
Yeah, interesting world that he's created. It gets more heightened kind of with each movie. Yeah, I'd recommend it. You don't have to watch any of the other Mad Max movies really at all, especially considering none of the characters from any of the other movies have been in it, except for Max, and he isn't even played by the same actor. And his backstory, what the heck is that angle? The people we see that haunt him weren't in any of the other movies, so it's just kind of something that happened off screen before this movie started. And the timeline is also extremely unclear as well. It seems like this has been going for decades now. So it seems like Max is like just ageless kind of too. So, yeah. Interesting franchise. Mad Max
Sort of
is
just a guy who exists outside of any sort of logical
yeah,
constraints and is just a
he's Mad Max.
mythological type character.
Yeah, Mad Max and Furiosa exist as like a cohesive film though. Like you can watch Furiosa and then Mad Max, and it'll be like a great experience. Be a nice 5 hour long watch party. Two great
Furiosa is a
movies.
prequel.
Yep.
I see. Are you gonna you gonna make a
No,
are
I'm
you gonna make
not.
an
But
edit?
it would be interesting to watch Furiosa first, having not seen Mad Max. It would basically works either way.
Hmm. I
Almost
wonder if
better
Ben.
because the whole thing of Furiosa is the whole thing of Furiosa's like motivation in Fury Road is that she wants to get back home to the green place, which she hasn't been since she was a child, and you get to see her start her there and get kidnapped in the prequel. So it's more of a complete journey if you start with Furiosa.
True. Well, I haven't seen either, so perhaps I could watch
Yeah. I would
Furiosa
recommend to watch
first.
Furiosa and then Mad Max Fury Road. You don't have to watch any of the other movies. That is what I say to
Firstiosa?
you. Furiosa.
Firstiosa?
She's played by Charlize Theron in the Fury Road film, and then she's played by Anya Taylor-Joy and some other girl who I don't know the name of in the prequel. They did not advertise this other girl at all in the trailers or posters or really anything at all, because obviously Anya Taylor-Joy is very popular right now, and that's the big selling point, is she's the star. But the first hour of the film does not have Anya Taylor-Joy in it at all, because it's a younger
Wow.
Furiosa, which was very cool. That was a 2.5 hour long movie, so it's real odyssey, real epic.
Hmm.
But anyway, we'll talk about that next month. Maybe you will.
You know
have
what else
watched
was a
both
real
by that time.
odyssey?
What's that?
Homer's The Odyssey.
True. You know what else was an odyssey? Super Mario Odyssey. Zach, did you
Sure.
see that they have a Nintendo alarm clock now?
No way. They've finally figured out a way to fill the deep hole in my soul.
Zach, yeah, let's watch the trailer together.
The trailer for an alarm clock.
Yeah, they have an out trailer for the alarm clock.
But it's shouldn't it be more of a product launch?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like an advertisement. It's like a 5 minute
Right.
little launch thing, but it's like a trailer. We don't have to watch the whole thing. It's 5 minutes long, but let's see.
All right, let's check this out.
This is Nintendo Sound Clock Alarmo, an interactive alarm clock that's out of the ordinary. Let's see what it's like to wake up with Alarmo. Oh, do you hear that? The alarm is going off. But Alarmo doesn't just play music to start your day. That's right. It responds to your body's movement with game sounds. Like here, with the sound of coins from Super Mario Odyssey.
Here, and then
Hmm.
I'll skip to the.
I gotta say that sounds like that sounds like a really annoying way to wake up.
Yeah. Well, it gets you up. Here, I'll play this for it.
And when you get out of bed, oh, a fanfare plays and the alarm comes to an end. You see, Alarmo detects movement with its motion sensor.
See, Zach, it plays
And
coins.
responds to your
when you move.
actions
Mhm.
with sounds.
I don't know why, but it does it.
When you get out of bed, Alarmo stops automatically without you needing to touch it.
Hmm.
Keep in mind, though,
This is the
the
best
alarm
part.
will get more intense the longer it takes for you to get up. So, rise and shine.
See? That's all I wanted to show you.
If you
Isn't
get
that
up and then
awesome?
go back to bed,
Bowser
will
gets
it?
you.
But could you trick it if you just get out of bed for like a second and then just go right back in bed? 'Cause I feel like that's what I would
Maybe.
do.
Maybe. But at some point you just gotta look after yourself and get up.
Yeah, when are they gonna come up with a Nintendo uh, discover your inner purpose and reason to get up in the morning alarm clock?
They should sell a Nintendo exoskeleton that makes you move your body. Get
And it makes
and
coin
do all
sounds
the
all the
things
time.
throughout the day.
And it forces you to occasionally convulse into a Mario punch block pose, and it makes a wahoo sound for you. It like articulates your tongue for you to do all the sounds of your speech and everything too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, the future's looking bright
Yep.
with the Nintendo Sound Alarm Clock, Alarmo.
Selling for $100.
Nintendo Alarmo.
Yep.
I used to have Nintendo Labo.
I remember. I was really excited when you got it. I thought it was pretty cool. I remember I
It
really
was
liked
pretty
the
cool
fishing
for.
game.
I really like the piano. I thought that was pretty awesome.
We got you to buy a big fucking box of cardboard, you dumb fucks. Is that what you think? That's what they said.
I mean, that is what they did, but I have faith that companies like Nintendo might truly believe in what they're doing, even if it does have a profit motive. I feel like
Yeah,
they
Labo was
are
cool.
excited about it.
Mm-hmm. True that. All right, well, you want to listen to me talk about Gremlins 2, the new batch?
I would love nothing more than to listen to you discuss Gremlins 2, the new batch, but you should just discuss your thoughts on it instead of summarizing the entire movie.
Well, it was good. I liked it. It was cool.
Awesome. And moving on to Stephen King's World of
No.
Horror.
But I have to briefly tell you what it was about to give you like an idea, and maybe you want to go, that sounds cool, I might want to watch that, and then I go discuss my thoughts. I try to do that.
All right.
I'm trying to give a
you're
brief
right.
synopsis. I'm trying to do it the way they do it in the catch-ups. I can just do it, and it
Okay.
sounds so interesting. They're so good at it.
All right. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Gremlins 2, the new batch. I went into this knowing that basically Warner Brothers wanted to make a sequel, but weren't really able to like work out the details, and they like kind of came to the conclusion that something about Joe Dante, the original director of the first one, he knew what he was doing, and he brought a lot of magic to the film apparently, and they were like, maybe you're the key to this, so here, you can do this and kind of just have fun with it and do whatever you want. So basically this one is not at all like the first movie, and it's just kind of like, it's like almost the original like referencey movie we have now, like Deadpool, Wolverine, or like the Space Jam 2 one, even though I didn't see that, but it's like all the characters show up and say stuff. It wasn't exactly like that where like it was metaverse stuff, or multiverse I mean, but it was basically like they had like a bunch of meta scenes. There was like one scene where a film reviewer was like reviewing the original Gremlins movie, and then the Gremlins were mad at him because he was giving it a bad review, so they attacked him. There was a scene where like they're tattooing the Warner Brothers logo on each other. We were getting very referencing and having fun with it, and it starts out a little normal, but it almost is like a little satirical from the start as well, and then it just gets heightened and heightened and heightened. And I really loved it. I give it a 9 out of 10. I was just really enjoying it. And there's like the whole like, it gets very meta. The Hulk Hogan shows up and talks to the audience. There's like a scene where the movie stops and like the Gremlins are causing the projector to shut down. Whole bunch of fun stuff. I really enjoyed it. The Gremlins are very fun. I love Gizmo.
Yeah, I've heard that there are sort of a pop culture phenomenon. Everyone loves the Gremlins.
Yeah. So there's just two
I
Gremlins
got
movies, and the first one is very different from the second. There's so many
I
Gremlins
got
in this one.
Gremlins on DVD.
Yeah, I remember for Easter.
Never watched it though. Then I got rid of it.
Yeah.
You know what movie I still do have on Blu-ray? Is my very first ever Blu-ray, Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian.
Wow. You can never get rid of that.
I want to get rid of it. I don't really have any use for it.
What are you?
Unless you want it.
You didn't say it, Zach.
Well, I'm the Night Guard.
Yeah.
I'm the Night Guard. I did watch that movie recently. I think I might have discussed it on this podcast. Or maybe that was before we started our
Don't
podcast.
remember. Yeah, I don't think
Not
so.
that recently.
You need to have a
Recently,
retrospective.
recently for me is like within the last year.
Mm-hmm.
Ian had a phase where he was watching them, and then I decided to watch them. Still don't know if I've ever seen the third one, though.
Yeah. I think they just came out with the fourth one recently.
I think there's an animated one. An animated Night at the Museum movie. Oh, wait. Night at the Museum, Common Ra Rises Again. Yeah, that's an animated
Yeah, they
movie.
did a new one. Isn't that the
Same
new...
shift, different night. Oh, it's about what's his name? Mr. Larry Daly's son becomes the new night guard of the museum. So it stars his son, Nick Daly. Can you believe that?
Oh, man.
But it's back in the original museum. 2.3 on Letterboxd.
Not the best.
Anyhow,
Did you think I did a good job describing and pitching Gremlin Studio? Are you excited? Did I get my thoughts?
I think that was a very good. You did it very well. You described it very a little bit more abstractly, really a little bit more analytically. And I feel like you described it very well, and I understand what it's about, and sounds like a fun movie.
Yeah. Oh, and the Gremlins got more powers this time.
Really?
They got like
Is there a new rule added too?
No, because they were basically in this big skyscraper that was like half mall, half like business space. So they had like a scientist room where they were testing a bunch of animals and stuff. So they had like serums. So the Gremlins took a bunch of serums and they got to be invincible and stuff. One of them got to talk, and that was the best part. The talking Gremlin was so awesome.
Didn't realize that the Gremlins couldn't talk.
Yeah, they just go nah, nah, nah. They say like a word or two, but it's like nothing real. But one of the Gremlins got super smart, and he put on glasses. He was like, "Oh," he was like talking with a very sophisticated cadence.
Kind of like Waddles in Gravity Falls.
And when we
he turns into
analyze
Neil
this, we
deGrasse
come
Tyson.
to the conclusion that the Gremlins are superior. Does Waddles become smart? I forgot.
Yeah, in Gravity Falls, he gets covered in Smarts paste, and then he turns into Neil deGrasse Tyson, or he becomes voiced by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He still waddles, but he speaks as if he's an astrophysicist.
It's funny. Yeah, and then I
It
watched
was
the
pretty
review.
funny.
I loved it. Loved the reviews. If you want to hear an
Yep.
actual amazing discussion about it for 50 minutes, watch the review.
Right.
Mike and Jay talk about it better than I ever could.
True. Are you interested in honing your reviewing and analytical skills, Kevin?
Yeah, I hope I can over time.
Because I am, but I feel like best way to do that would be to exert effort over writing analysis
Yeah.
every time you watch a movie, to really sit down and just really try to write as best of a review as you can. But I never do that, but
Sometimes
I
I
know
do.
that's how I could get better.
I write like a paragraph.
True.
Usually I just write like 1 or 2 sentences. It's more jokey, or like brief thoughts, or then sometimes I do like, I just can't think of anything jokey to say. I just like give my actual thoughts and like what I liked about it, or what I didn't like. I wrote a couple. I wrote like a paragraph for my Beetlejuice review last night. But then for Chucky, I just wrote 2 sentences or 3 today.
Yeah, I see. I used to write much longer reviews when I was in 9th and 10th grade, and watching a lot of movies. But now I feel like when I watch movies, I just watch them and just take them in, and I don't really I don't even really think too hard about like what they might mean. I just kind of enjoy them as they come at me.
Yeah, I never really think about like what the movie's trying to say really, or if there's any kind of like subliminal like meaning that the writer intended, or metaphorical meaning or anything. Usually I just try to enjoy it if it's a good story and makes sense to me. Or even if it's abstract, if I like can get it or vibe with it, then I enjoy it. You know.
Yeah. Definitely like a movie like House.
Yeah, House is just watched. Like, you know, I'm just having fun. I don't think there's anything real substantial to House. And I mean, it was created by a little girl, as the story goes. Just like a bunch of stuff. It's super awesome.
I think what makes it, I guess what makes it so great is that it's just like pure creativity and fun, and not even, it doesn't take itself too seriously, and in doing that it becomes very its own like piece of art. And yeah, my roommate Alex was I watched a little bit of it, and he was like, "What's this about?" And I was like, "Oh, it's about." I told him the plot, and he didn't seem to enjoy it very much. I don't think he likes abstract or like more experimental stuff very much. He says he's not really a film buff, which I find to be interesting, because he's like trying to be a cinematographer, but he doesn't really like to watch movies that much. I guess that's not a bad thing, because he won't be just influenced by other people. He can come up with his own stuff. Orson Welles says not to watch too many movies if you want to be a filmmaker.
Like, stop fucking watching stuff. Stop copying people's shit and make your own.
But it's much more efficient to just try and fail making your own thing, or actually creating, than it is to consume.
I like Quentin Tarantino's philosophy more. You gotta watch every single movie that's ever been made, and then you can make the best movie ever.
Yeah.
You gotta watch Shrek 87 times, and then you have to watch Akira Kurosawa.
True.
And then sniff feet.
True. I saw a clip of a girl asking Quentin Tarantino to sign her foot. It was pretty funny.
That's funny. And
anyways,
if you've ever watched a movie on your telephone and tried to be an aspiring filmmaker, you'll never be a filmmaker, because you will have missed the point of film if you watch it on your fucking telephone.
You have been cheated.
If you don't watch your movie in Dolby surround sound on a theater quality screen that takes up a whole wall, then you have been cheated.
True.
It's such a sadness.
Kevin, if we do get an apartment, I think that we should not have a TV, and we should just have a projector. Or we should at least not have a TV in the central living area. We should just have your projector screen. Because I don't want to have a TV.
Have my projector.
Because it's too distracting.
Well, I'm not with you there. I'd like to have a TV in the living room.
Well, I think you still have your. I mean, certainly haven't done anything with your
I still have
projector.
my projector. It's here with me.
Oh, I thought you said, "Do I still have my projector?"
No, I said I do. I do have my still project. I do still have my projector. You just gotta not be distracted.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. Bozo.
Can you think of anything that's easier done than said?
Breathing. Existing. Being named. Being named Kevin.
Being named Kevin.
For me.
Being named Kevin is easier done than said. I'm named Kevin. Well, yeah, you're always named Kevin.
Yeah, but for
Oh,
you
it's
it'd be
something you do.
easier said than done because you'd have to go change your name. Me, I'm already Kevin.
That's true.
It took my parents some effort to name me, but I was just waiting for it, so I was just chilling. I didn't have to do anything. It was easier done than said for me. But only
Isn't
me
it
and the
crazy
other
how we
Kevins
just
in the
have
world.
names
Yep.
and we're not actually those people?
I was really thinking about
just
that a lot one time when I'm just
titles.
super high on dextromethorphan. I was like just saying Kevin so many times till just breaking down the word until it had no meaning. I'm like, but that's just like a title. It's like how you name a book. I'm just a person. And I just stamped the name on me. But ultimately, I am Kevin.
All you can say about yourself is that you are, without referring to the past. In this exact moment, without thinking about the past at all you can say is that you are.
Currently recording Elmer and Film, episode 8.
That's true. That's what you're doing. That's not something
Although
about
I am
yourself.
not Kevin, I am just Kevining.
You are Kevining.
And my surroundings are Kevin's apartment-ing. But really, this is not my apartment.
Kevining's apartment?
This chair is not a chair. It's just chairing.
It's good to chair. Chairing is good.
Chairing is caring.
Chairing is caring. Do you want me to read a list to you of 12 things that are easier done than said off of indiatimes.com?
Okay.
Let me know for each of these if you think this makes sense. Number 1, procrastination.
Yeah. Depends on the person. If you really like to
I think
procrastinate like me, then pretty easy to do.
Procrastination is pretty easy. It requires really no effort. That's actually what it is.
Yes.
It's complete passivity. Let's see. Onomatopoeia.
Easier done than said.
Easier done than said.
Yeah. True.
Showing someone how to use their smart device. Done said.
That's
Rather
definitely easier said than done. Oh, showing them?
Yeah. Is it easier to just show them how to do it, or to verbally instruct them?
Than to verbally describe it from. Easier to show them. Said. Easier to do than say.
Number 4 is learning a card game. So that's another one of showing instead of telling.
Yeah, easier to learn it through experience than listen to the rules. True.
Doing stuff. This one I don't really get. Doing stuff yourself. Because getting work done by others is frustrating.
Yeah. Skip that one. That one sucks.
Number 6, identifying colors as opposed to describing them.
Definitely
makes
easier
sense.
done.
Right.
Can't describe blue to a blind person. Hard to try to do that.
Right. You can't.
They have no concept of color or shading or light at all. I don't think that's possible, really.
Kind of like the girl who's born into a room that's completely black and white, and she has a billion books about the color blue. When she leaves the room, and she reads all the books. When she leaves the room, will she have learned something?
I think in that case, they should be able to identify blue in the world. If she stepped right outside and there was a list of like the rainbow colors and said point to
That's
blue,
true.
she could probably do it if she read countless books on how what blue is.
True. Let's see. A girl selling seashells on the beach. That's number 7.
It's funny. It's a little more
I'd-
comical than, but I mean it is true.
Well, let's see. If you were to time,
She sells seashells down by the seashore.
he sells seashells on the seashore. Yeah,
It's a
but I just did
it's
it.
a challenge.
So.
You have to consciously kind of say it.
It was, but
Sure,
less
yeah.
of a challenge than selling seashells on the beach, because who would want to buy those? There's seashells everywhere. You could just pick one up. Why would you buy them?
You're being a little pedantic.
Maybe if they're curated.
Is that the right usage of that word? Pedantic. Of or like a pedant. Excessively concerned
Pedant?
with minor details. I used the word correctly. My vocabulary is strong. What's the next one, Zach?
Number 8. Pilification. The action or habit of deeming something as worthless.
Sure. Yeah. That's a good one.
Okay. Number 9 is teaching someone how to use chopsticks.
Easier done
Easier
than said. I mean, you could say that with any kind of instructing. If you're doing it visually versus auditorily.
That's true. That's
And
just
really,
like
I mean, it
teaching.
depends on how you learn. So, this one sucks.
All right, this one's a little interesting to think about. This is number 10 of 12. Sign language. Easier done than said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty hard to say sign
You can't
language.
speak sign language. You can only speak it by
Yeah.
describing the signs, and that would really be weird and complicated. Zach,
You you retain a lot of your sign language from Mr. Archer, Kevin?
No. I know and. Beautiful. That's the two I learned. I know A, B, C, D, E, F. No, A, B, C, D. I'm losing the alphabet. I used to know like the whole alphabet too. It's a shame.
Wow. It's sad how we can learn things, but then we just forget them. Right?
Yeah.
I find that to be sad. Makes you think,
Sad.
what's even the point?
Sad. Well, that's jam, cram, slam stuff. As Mr. Archer said. Although I did know how to see the alphabet like all through the. I just need a refresher. A, B, C, D. I think this is E. F, G, H. E. H. I know this is H. Oh, this is F. Something like this is F. G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. And there's another one. There's a lot of them are like this. You make a fist and it depends where you put your thumb, so I get mixed up on those. Like S, T, U, V, W, X, Y and Z.
Nice. Beautiful. That was a beautiful story of triumph over failure.
Although he didn't get a couple of them. M N O E T P Q S T U E. Oh wait, this is V. I did this twice. V W X. This is X Y and Z. Zach, this old friend from high school that I stopped talking to like my freshman or sophomore year, named Tawny, who I used to be in the friend group with like Madeline and Terry and Chloe. That was like an old friend group I had when I first started high school. And I saw her on my YouTube shorts. She was in like I forgot his name, Kevin something. He has like one of those shows with like it's all white background. It's like kind of like social experiment type of stuff. You know, they get like five people of different races to guess which race it is or something like that. It's like games based on like just like societal things, I guess. And they had one where it was like 100 people that speak different languages speak their language, and we have to try to guess where they're from. So my old friend Tawny went, and she was in the video, and she was doing sign language. And I saw on my shorts page on YouTube, and I said, wait a minute, is that her? And then I went into the full video and watched her. And I was like, that's totally her. And I found her Facebook, and it said ASL, actor. And I said, wow, I knew it. And I remembered she was in Mr. Archer's class too. And she was actually like taking it seriously. So there you go.
That's crazy.
I was like, wow, Tawny.
Tawny.
She was a nice person.
How's that spelled?
She had a cool house. Tawni.
Right. Number 11 is tying shoelaces. Easier done than
Another
said.
one of those, yeah.
Another teaching thing.
SpongeBob made
kind
a
of
song.
redundant.
SpongeBob made a song for it, so it's easy now.
And number 12 is masturbation. Easier done than said.
Masturbation. I mean, it certainly took quicker than it would for me to masturbate.
It says fun to do, but oh so awkward to talk about. So I guess it's just talking about the talking about it, less than the...
Yeah. Some of the, most of them are pretty bad dumb. Except for like the kind of, almost like the jokey ones are the most actual because they're like literal. Like that word about just deeming something as worthless. That was probably the best one. Whatever that word was. Hard to pronounce.
Oh, you mean flossinosinilification?
That's exactly what I mean. Next I watched Stephen King's World of Horror. I was trying to find something about Stephen King that I could watch. But I wanted it to be before or at the year of which his books I'm reading is at. So I just finished it, I think. So I wanted to watch something from 1986 or before. So I found this. Stephen King's World of Horror. And it wasn't that great. There was like a couple interviews with him. Like probably 10 minutes of it was actually about him, and then another 10 minutes was like a short film of one of his short stories from Night Shift. And then another 10 minutes was about William Castle, I believe his name is. Right, the guy that made those old movies. Those old black and white horror movies like House on Haunted Hill or stuff. William Castle. Yeah. He seems cool. I just learned about his stuff. He had
nice cigar.
Skeletons in the audience. Skeletons. But like about 10 minutes about it was about him, and then another 5 minutes was the trailer for Psycho in its entirety. the one where Alfred Hitchcock walks around the set and talks about it. So it felt like most of it was just filler, and didn't really like it. Wanted more Stephen King. I want interviews of him talking in depth about every single one of his books, but I don't think that'll ever come true. So, wouldn't really recommend Stephen King's World of Horror. I think this is like a thing for different horror guys. I think they made one for George Romero too, like George Romero's World of Horror. But yeah.
Wait, is it just like the things that Stephen King likes?
No, he was just kind of talking about stuff, I guess. Talked about...
Seems like there's one from 1989 and one from 1986.
Yeah, I think they're kind of the same, but one was like had longer stuff in it or something. I don't know. I found this one on YouTube and it was the same runtime. It was just on. It was a really bad quality rip of YouTube. Didn't really find anywhere else. Saw it on YouTube and Letterboxd. Was like, okay, I'll watch it. It was like 40 minutes, and that's what I watched on that day.
Nice.
Is aight.
Aight.
It was actually less than aight. It was poop aight.
What's less than aight? Wait. Kevin, would you like a mini performance?
What?
Would you like a mini performance?
Of what?
Yes or no?
Mini performance? Okay.
Okay. This is completely unpracticed. I'm just looking at a tab, okay?
Okay.
Oh, nope, that's nope. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, really good.
Anyways, next up in our discussion list is the Back to the Future trilogy, which I binge watched on flixhd.cc.
You used
just because I felt
FlixHD?
like it. Yeah, because you recommended it to me.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just every movie ever, just completely for free with no issues.
Yeah. Except for the movie Mercy from 2014. You'll only be able to find the film Love and Mercy instead.
True. Every major movie, probably.
You also can't find the Shining miniseries. But besides those two exceptions, so far everything I've ever wanted to find on flixhd.cc has been there. Albeit in less quality than you would get from renting the movie.
I actually watched the first movie on my TV here. Not my TV, Alex's TV. But I think I watched the second and the third on flixhd.cc. Anywho, the first movie, the year is 1985, and young high schooler Marty McFly is just trying to get by. But he has a zany scientist friend who has an interesting invention. Turns out that his friend, Dr. Emmett Brown, has created a time machine. And Dr. Emmett Brown plans to go to visit the year 2015. But the people from which he stole plutonium come just as he's about to go. And in a mad dash to escape the Libyans, Marty McFly, our everyman protagonist, gets sent into the past to the year 1955 and ends up crossing paths with his parents, accidentally messing up the course of history, and he has to figure out how to get back to the future with the help of a young Dr. Emmett Brown, who had just discovered the thing that made the time machine work, the flux capacitor, on that very same night. And this movie is one of the most classic films of all time. It is pretty much regarded widely and undisputedly as one of the all-time commercially viable classics. It is truly up there with the greats. It is, in my opinion, a incredibly purely enjoyable, and it's kind of like the peak of what entertaining movies and just stories can be. It's fun all the way through. It's exciting. It's gripping. The characters are extremely memorable. Everything about it is extremely memorable. The time machine, which I didn't even mention, is made out of the classic car by John DeLorean. The DeLorean is classic, and
Insanely
all the
iconic. Virtually a perfect film, virtually flawless in my mind. It's basically
tons
one
of
of the most
iconography in it.
classic, best movies you can think of.
I mean, you could just in your head, you could visualize now. You could visualize the beam of fire that comes out from the car and the way it gets all electric. You can visualize the clock tower and how Dr. Emmett Brown is hanging off of it. You can visualize the classic scene where Marty McFly plays Earth Angel and begins to lose his fingers, and then at the last minute, George McFly cuts in with Lorraine, and they dance, and future is restored, and the music swells, and Marvin Berry sings Earth Angel, Earth Angel, and everything is great, and the music swells, bum, 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 and then Marty shreds Johnny Be Good on the guitar, and then he goes, "Guess you guys weren't ready for that yet." You can
But your kids are
visualize it
gonna
all.
love it.
Like, exactly.
I can hear the power of love playing in my head. I can hear the homeless guy saying, "Bloody drunk driver."
I mean, talk about, you got to talk in Biff too. I mean, the guy who plays him,
Chicken.
Biff actor. Biff Tannen, played by Thomas F. Wilson. Can we talk about how good of an actor he is? I mean, he basically plays like 5 different characters throughout this series. And such a memorable character. And, man, you know, when I was young, I didn't even realize that you can obviously tell that they use makeup to age up the characters. When I was young, I was like, I didn't realize that the old and young versions were played by the same people. It just seemed so realistic, and especially with Biff. Biff definitely, old Biff looks like a completely different person than young Biff. And he also, wait a minute, am I reading this correctly?
Oh, Biff.
Okay, never mind. And yeah, George McFly, Lorraine, Biff, Principal Strickland,
Doc Brown, Einstein.
Dr. Emmett Brown and his classic dog companion Einstein, and man,
Calvin Klein.
if you guys haven't seen Back to the Future, I highly recommend it to all of our audience members. By the way, audience members, if you want to write in your comments about the show, it's been a while since we've plugged it, but make sure to email us at ourweekinfilm@gmail.com.
True that.
Anyways, I gave Back to the Future a perfect 5 out of 5 stars.
How could you not?
And then I watched Back to the Future 2, which picks up perfectly. One of the things that makes the Back to the Future trilogy so great is that it's all like
The great
one thing leads
trilogy.
into another perfectly.
It all works
It's
together.
it's it's just conceived so perfectly. We end the first movie with Doc coming back from where he wanted to go, 2015. He always wanted to see the future. He comes back and he has a new way to fuel the time machine with the Mr. Fusion. He just puts banana peels in it.
If only.
Marty McFly and his girlfriend come with them, and in one of the most classic lines of all cinema, Marty McFly is curious how they're going to get up to 88 miles per hour with so little road. And Dr. Emmett Brown goes, "Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads." And then the car flies up in the air and they blast into the future. And that's where the first movie ends. And then the second movie, they go to the future and they find out there's something wrong with Marty McFly's kids, and so they have to fix that. But as they're doing that, Biff steals a time machine and tries to make himself rich by giving his old self a sports almanac, and then that works in the future. The present, where Marty is from, gets all messed up. He comes back, his dad is dead, his mom is basically Biff's trophy wife, and everything is all messed up. And then he has to fix it again by going back to the original night of 1955 where he was. We see duplicates. We see the events of the previous film happening. I've always loved this movie when I was a kid. It's not, you can't beat the original, and also I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the stuff about the reason they had to go to the future because his kids are messed up is kind of silly for Doc to bring them to the future for that, because like why wouldn't he just fix it in the past instead of trying to fix it in the future? Because they could just change the future by willing it differently. But time travel is confusing anyways. I always loved when they went back to 1985 and it was the dystopian world and Biff was in charge.
Yeah, that's one of the best sequence. Yeah, part 2 is always probably my favorite. That's the best sequence when the world's always upside down. And he has to hop the fence, and it's just some other family right in his house.
True. And they all have... it's just everything... It's become like the ghetto, and they have like a shotgun right away. And, it's like... You can like the Lion's estate is all graffitied and messed up, and there's newspapers tumbling in the wind. And it's just funny how successful Biff becomes. And yeah, that movie is just a very, very epic scope of going to the future, going back to the past, going back and back to the past again, more into the past, and then eventually coming back to the future where all is restored. But also another movie that I definitely enjoy. I have memories of watching it on my iPad when I was 7 years old with double pneumonia in the hospital. Along with the third movie in the series, Back to the Future Part 3.
I just wanted to mention, I remember I was in high school when we had Back to the Future Day, and it was 2015. Some guy dressed up as Marty McFly. And now
you dressed up as Marty McFly?
10 years ago. Nope, some guy.
Oh. Yeah, that was a big deal when it was October 17th, 2015.
Cool.
That was a very exciting day.
We do not
I remember it.
Or hoverboards. We
Nope.
were cheated.
Well, there are flying cars.
All we get is drippy
Just not-
cheese.
Just not commonly, and not in the same way in the movie. But they do exist.
Really?
Yeah, look it up on the internet.
I like my cheese drippy, bruh.
Look up Aeromobile.
You like your cheese drippy, bruh?
More like stringy than drippy, right?
I like when cheese. This is like almost a plane.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be like.
It's
not
not
gonna
like
just
the
hover.
ones in the movies.
It's not gonna just miraculously hover in the air. That's just not how physics works.
Well, I thought it would.
Yeah, that's why I said it's not like the one in the
Has to have
movies.
wings. Really has to have wings. Such a You still
I don't
need to
know.
be a pilot.
Yeah. You still need to be a pilot.
That's not really a.
You know what I really want to do
Not
at some
really a
point in my
car.
life?
Not really a flying car. What's that?
I think I've definitely talked to you about this, but I really want to learn how to fly an ultralight aircraft,
Nice crop duster.
specifically a paramotor.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Get a pilot's license.
No, because you don't need a pilot's license for them. That's the whole point. That's why they're so appealing.
Oh.
You can
I'd be
fly.
scared.
You can
scared.
fly if your flying apparatus is under a certain weight. Of course, it's highly recommended that you get training for it, and I would still get training for it, but you don't need to get an actual pilot's license. Anywho,
Anyways.
the year is 1955. Marty McFly has just become stranded in
Gosh.
Marty McFly is stranded in 1955, and Dr. Brown is stranded in 1885, I believe. And Doc Brown has just gotten struck by lightning and sent into the past. And Marty McFly is all alone. It's raining, and as he looks around, a mysterious man approaches him with a letter dated 1885 from Dr. Emmett Brown, that old genius, with instructions on where to find the DeLorean that he has stashed in a cave, and instructions not to come back for him. And so Marty McFly once again reunites with 1955 Doc Brown, tries to fix up the old time machine. He decides, no, I can't leave my friend Doc back in 1885. I have to go get him. And so he goes to the past, and he gets flung into this amazing Cowboys versus Indians scene, and horses are coming past him. Cavalry are coming, and he ends up damaging the fuel line in his car, getting rid of all the gasoline for his DeLorean. And so now he has to get back to the future, but he can't because he doesn't have fuel. So what is he going to do?
What is he going to do, Zach?
Movie, well, he's got to once again. He's just a dumb teenager. He doesn't know anything about science or anything.
Nothing.
He needs help from
Doc's the
Dr.
brains
Emmett
behind
Brown.
this operation.
Yeah, he's just our. He's
kind of our perspective. He's kind of
He's like a stand-in
the
for
everyman,
audience.
you
Exactly.
know.
He's like Harry Potter.
Teenagers that'd be going to see that movie.
Exactly. So he has to go meet Doc Brown, and eventually they come up with this genius plot to get a train up to 88 miles per hour. And hey, it works. And also Doc Brown finds love. Marty McFly meets his great-grandparents, I think. Either grandparents or great-grandparents. I think great-grandparents. Who are still Irish or Scottish. And he meets the first McFly to be born in America.
I remember those first McFlys, and then they had the gross water. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
When they were at the end and the train was there, and Doc had his kids and his wife, did Ted Danson come out and say, "Hey, Doc, you lay your hands off my woman"?
No, he didn't say that. But Doc did say a beautiful line, which is, "Your future is whatever you make it, so make it a good one." Which is inspirational advice for us all. Sometimes we may feel that we see how our life could go or will go, and that it's all set in stone, and that there's no way to change things. But in fact, um, nothing's set in stone, and we always have the power to take control over our lives and aim them for a trajectory that we think would lead to a more fulfilling existence. So, very inspirational quote. We have the power within, exactly.
The power within.
And so, yeah, Back to the Future Part 3 is also a good movie, and I enjoy all three of these movies. I think they all work together well. I can't hate on them, any of them. I remember when I was little, feeling a sentiment of Back to the Future 3 being like the worst one. But I don't know. I think they're all good. I think they all work well together. And something, we don't talk about it enough is that they really just haven't rebooted Back to the Future. They've just left it perfect, crystallized as it was, as it always should be. Because I think Robert Zemeckis owns the rights to it, and he won't allow any sort of reboot. But yeah, it's just perfect, capsulized in time, and the way it was made too, with Part 2 and Part 3 being made at the same time, was very genius. And overall, I would highly recommend to any of our audience out there to watch all of the Back to the Future movies and watch them, all three of them, actually.
Absolutely, they tell a complete story.
They do tell a complete story. It's like, it's not, what I sometimes forget is like it's a complete odyssey from start to finish. Marty McFly doesn't have a break the whole time. He's just on this endless onslaught of missions and battles. Yeah. This extremely stressful.
The goal of the trilogy is for just Marty to get back home and have his normal life again. He just keeps having to do stuff.
Exactly. It's a good lesson on why you shouldn't meddle with time.
Mm-hmm.
To any potential mad scientist out there hoping to invent time travel.
Yeah.
Although I certainly wouldn't mind investing in a few shares of Coca-Cola back in 1880, if you know what I'm saying.
You're drinking just straight moonshine that you make in your apartment? A big rig moonshine with?
Me and Ian distill moonshine on our porch. It's just like an amateur hobby sort of thing. But yeah, I'm really wasted right now. I know you've been drinking Budweiser, but man,
you're beat. You got me beat there.
I'm rolling deep right now.
You're just sipping on moonshine.
Nice. Yeah. Sweet, not even making a face or anything.
Yeah. If I didn't know any better, I think you're drinking water.
Yeah, you would think that, but no.
Check it out, Zach.
Is that the Criterion Collection copy of the Red Shoes?
Yes, sir. See inside here.
And how did you come about that copy?
I believe I recorded this one illegally.
Oh, I see.
Doing some real life pirating.
You were literally looted like a pirate.
I typed in flixhd.cc in real life.
In real life. Yeah, except actually torrenting is not illegal. I just looked it up. Because I wanted to become a Buddhist, but if you become a Buddhist, you can't steal things, right? Because you have to go on the Noble Eightfold Path,
right.
And the
you're not stealing. It's already FlixHD was the ones that stole it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying torrenting is not illegal.
Yeah, it's technically
so. But yeah,
although that's actually not torrenting. You're streaming. I don't torrenting. You can like actually download everything. But
I thought torrenting.
I don't understand torrenting really.
Torrenting is a method of sharing and downloading files to a peer-to-peer network using the Bit4Rent protocol. Yeah, I don't know either. Well, anyways, I don't think it's illegal. But step 4 on the Noble Eightfold Path is right conduct or action. No killing or injuring. No taking what is not given. No sexual misconduct. No material desires. But first I have to have right view. Would you like to hear all 8 of the Noble Eightfold Path?
Sure.
It's awesome because it's like, it's just 8 steps to lead a good life. Step 1 is right view. Our actions have consequences. Death is not the end, and our actions and beliefs have consequences after death. Step 2 is right resolve, also known as right thought, right aspiration, or right motivation. The practitioner resolves to strive toward nonviolence and avoid violent and hateful conduct. It also includes the resolve to leave home, renounce the worldly life, and follow the Buddhist path. Step 3 is right speech, no lying or rude speech, no telling one person what another says about him to cause discord or harm the relationship, no idle chatter. 4 is right conduct or action, no killing or injury, no taking what is not given, no sexual misconduct, no material desires. 4 is right livelihood, no trading in weapons, living beings, meat, liquor, or poisons. 6 is right effort, preventing the arising of unwholesome states and generating wholesome states. Step 7 is right mindfulness, a quality that guards or watches over the mind. The stronger it becomes, the weaker unwholesome states of mind become, weakening their power to take over and dominate thought, word, and deed. Step 8 is right samadhi, which includes, it's basically just mindfulness, one-pointedness of the mind, complete presence in the moment. Anyways, the one thing I'm not sure I agree with was the first one, which is death is not the end, and our actions. Well, I guess I do believe that. Death is not the end of everything; it's the end of me. And our actions and beliefs have consequences after death. Not for me, but for other people. So I guess that's true. So I guess I get behind that. I just don't believe in an afterlife. But anyhow, what do you think about that, Kevin?
Sounds like good words to live by.
Yeah, I mean, also says I need to leave home, which I feel like is why I need to, which is basically why I need to live on my own.
I mean, you have left.
But who knows? Yeah, but I'm still under the influence
And
of home.
living with me is not living your own. In fact, it's way more like returning to home.
I guess that's true.
What you need to do is live in the Himalayan mountains for years. Nothing but a water skin.
Think about what?
Live in the mountains with nothing but a water skin for years. In a backpack.
Huh.
Then you will have left home.
I guess that's true.
That's not
Nothing
something
but a
I would ever
water
want to do,
skin.
really.
Never heard of that term water skin.
Really?
No, I haven't.
It's like a hydro flask, but like for explorers.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. It's awesome. It looks awesome.
Roland has one in the Dark Tower.
All right. That's what I thought you might have heard of it from.
Eddie's perspective,
Tower.
he describes how like people have like hippies have like leather bags or whatever, or like rustic like stitched together bags, but this one's real and it's aged and it's been used and with him and has helped him for who knows how long.
Go into the Himalayas with nothing but a water skin.
So awesome.
Well, anyhow, a lot to think about.
What happens in the Red Shoes from 1948? Which is
What happens in it?
Yeah. What happened? This one has an introductory restoration demonstration with filmmaker Martin Scorsese. It's cool. Audio
Well, I believe it's
commentary
actually
by
Martin.
film historian. Documentary.
I believe it's
by-
Martin Scorsese's favorite movie.
Oh.
And I personally,
Shot for the audience. That's the cover.
I think that the movie is aesthetically brilliant. I watched this movie when I was younger, and I believe I didn't care for it that much. And I understand why, because it's plot-wise, I mean, it's a very like classical or like it's a very serious and composed story, I guess. Very uptight, very British. It's about um, it's about a love triangle between the director slash producer or head of this ballet company, a up and coming musical composer for ballet or just a composer in general who is just getting out of school, and a aspiring ballet dancer who wants to be the best. And the producer, guy in charge of the ballet, is just loves ballet. It's his whole life is ballet. He lives and breathes ballet. That's all he cares about. And he sort of like falls in love with the main female character in the movie, who's the ballet dancer, but not like a falls in love with her like romantically. She just like falls in love with her as a dancer in like a very repressed way. Like he just really wants her to be his dancer forever, and he just thinks she's an amazing ballet player. But he's just very uptight and very repressed, sort of like all he cares about is ballet. All right, can you hear me? You're frozen.
Yeah, I can hear you. Something's wrong with my camera. When I try to adjust it, I guess it just completely freezes. So you just keep on talking out.
Okay.
Unplug this.
Well, anyways, so there's that, and then there's the up and coming composer who the director really likes at first, but ends up the dancer and the composer end up falling in love with each other and sort of having romantic escapades, and the director gets jealous because she's not. He fears that he'll lose her, and anyways, that sort of movie. It's very British and very. It's about the arts. It's about like passion for art and making choices about dedicating your life to just doing art or actually caring about romantic relationships, and a lot of it is just very beautiful and very well shot and composed, and lots of beautiful colors. The reason I watched this movie is because Ian had to watch it for one of his film classes, and he had already seen it, and he asked if I wanted to watch it with him again. And so I said sure, and he was pointing out to me all the different ways that colors symbolize certain things, which I never think about, but indeed the movie is quite colorful and just very well executed. It's like feels very like master planned, and there's just like 20 minute long ballet sequence that's very in depth, and it's like starts off being just a ballet stage show, but then it basically turns into this whole like tableau that's kind of outside the realm of what you would see in a ballet, but still very much a ballet dance, but like almost a movie of a ballet dance, not necessarily just a shot of the theater. Kind of reminded me of like Singing in the Rain, I think, or An American in Paris. A lot of dancing in the movie and a lot of music. So yeah, definitely visually I enjoyed it a lot. Like I said, the story is just very collected and very formally done. The whole movie is very formal, I guess. Obviously, it's a movie from the 40s, and movies from the 40s are very, very formal like that. But yeah. I definitely enjoyed it. I can see why it's such a classic. If you like movies, musical, dancing type movies with a lot of beautiful set pieces, older movies, this is one of the biggest classics of all time. So definitely check it out. And also, it's called The Red Shoes because the main female lead is The Red Shoes is the name of a ballet play, and it becomes like her signature play because she, or not play, I don't, just signature ballet because she does it, and the director thinks it's magnificent. And the play The Red Shoes is about a ballet dancer that finds these red shoes, and she starts dancing forever, and she can't take them off. So it's kind of like about becoming obsessed with ballet dancing. Anyways, I don't know if I explained that accurately, but hope you understood.
Sounds nice. Imagine it'd be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, big, colorful movie with old Technicolor wins me over.
Yes, Technicolor is awesome.
Yes. Anything new from Jason Schwartzman?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen Megalopolis?
No.
Me neither. But I did watch a movie called Between the Temples, which starred Jason Schwartzman and other actors whose names I don't know, such as Carol Kane, Dolly D. Leon, and Caroline Aaron. This is another movie I watched on flixhd.cc.
How come you watched this one? Because you're a Jason
Because it was
Schwartzman
in
fan?
like the new movies recommended, and I didn't know it existed, but I saw it there on the website, and I was
Wow,
like, "Hey,
I've
it's
never
Jason."
watched anything they've recommended for me.
Oh,
Good for
really?
you. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I
I
haven't
always
watched
know
any
this one
movies
to
on that site
watch.
since.
It's cool though.
Um,
Got a good recommendation?
hmm?
Did you get a good recommendation?
Yeah, I'd say so. This is a very soulful movie. I feel like definitely up my alley. Obviously, I love everything Jason Schwartzman is in. I think the way he acts is very. I don't know. I just love him as an actor. I think he
You gotta watch
portrays
Fargo
a
season 4. He was really weird in it. I almost didn't like his performance. It was weird, but it was so good.
he has a certain weirdness in a lot of his portrayals that I relate to. So I don't know. I definitely like him, and he's in his 40s now. He used to be 15 when he was on Rushmore. I believe he was 15. But this is just a movie, I should say,
I should watch that.
about Rushmore.
Yeah.
You should watch it. It's great. I
Should
love
watch
it.
all the Wes Andersons.
You should, in fact.
I've seen like
In fact,
5. I've seen a good amount, but not all. Not nearly all of them. Royal Tenenbaums, Great Darjeeling Unlimited. Rushmore.
The Darjeeling Limited,
Yeah, no, Unlimited.
Regal Unlimited,
AMC.
AMC Stubs. What's AMC A-List?
A-List. Stubs is basically like the popcorn rewards program, and then A-List.
It's basically Regal Crown Club.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot the Regal name for it. I had no Regals out where I live, so it's either AMC or Cinemark or Megaplex. Saw Beetlejuice at the AMC last night.
Hmm.
'Cause
Anyhow,
there was a half in the bag on it. That's my film club. I learn from the best.
Right.
Watch it and then learn.
Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel, the best.
Those are the second best. They're the OGs, though. In some ways, Siskel and Ebert are the best.
Anyways, The movie is about Jason Schwartzman, who is going through grief because his wife just died. His wife, who was an alcoholic, sort of a one-dimensional character, actually. She was an alcoholic who really liked to be sexy and have sex with Jason Schwartzman, and also a novelist. And she would send Jason Schwartzman dirty voicemails that were like sexual in nature. And Jason Schwartzman would listen to them back when he was. This is all in the past. We don't see this in the movie, but he listens to them back in his grief and hears her voice, and it's just sad. So the whole movie, Jason Schwartzman is very sad, and he's kind of struggling with his job at a temple, Jewish temple, as a cantor, which as a non-Jew-ish person, I didn't know what a cantor is, but apparently it's just someone who sings during the ceremony, the ceremony they have there at the synagogue. But he can't even sing. He's so grief-strucken. And then this old lady comes by and says she wants to become Jewish, but she's Jason Schwartzman's old music teacher. And they start having this relationship that develops where he just kind of latches onto her, and they have all these deep conversations. And this music teacher is very eccentric and very kind of like an old happy lady, but who's very, I don't even know. English language is failing me right now. She's a certain way. She's silly. She's eccentric.
Quirky?
She's quirky. Yeah. She's like a music teacher, and she wants to become Jewish, and Jason Schwartzman kind of latches onto her and basically falls in love with her, and it's like a weird soul connection between two people. And anyways, I don't know. Jason Schwartzman also gets set up with this younger girl who's his age, and he just doesn't. He's just kind of detached from her. Like he recognizes that she's pretty and everything, and she's kind of attracted to him, but he's just kind of detached from it, and he just cares about this older lady. And anyways, I don't know. A lot of weird stuff happens in it. Doesn't really have a solid there's no real plot. It's just kind of characters doing stuff. So I didn't mind. It was fun. Very, very moody, of a certain mood. Definitely made me feel a little something in my heart, but also at the same time, a lot of it was kind of so weird that kind of lost me at points in terms of just being on the same page with being like, oh, this is like a clever idea or whatever, or like I'm enjoying this. Like it was kind of like, okay, this is a little bit silly, or where's this going? But for the most part, I really enjoyed it, and I thought it was a good, fun, interesting, idiosyncratic, esoteric, quirky movie with Jason Schwartzman, who I'm a big fan of. Check him out in Rushmore.
Fargo season 4. Rushmore. Which I think I have it. Oh yeah, here it is. Spy number 65. Never seen it in my life. But I have it.
True.
I have so many movies that I do not even know if I have them or not.
Right.
Somehow I got away with having all of these.
Somehow you got away with it.
Yep.
Right.
Hello, Harry. Do I look like Hagrid right now?
Mm, not really. Hagrid has a really
Hello,
big,
Harry.
long, bushy beard, and he's also like 8 feet tall.
Hello, Harry.
You know that I haven't shaved my face or trimmed my face in quite some time. I just kind of lost. I just don't care what anyone thinks. I know it doesn't look good, but I just don't care. I'm just interested to see what it'll look like. It's extremely patchy and kind of gross looking. But,
Yeah.
I'm not looking for a girlfriend until I improve my mental health and have a good firm grasp on what I'm doing with my life. So it doesn't really matter.
It's a good way to present yourself.
What's a good way? What's a good way to present myself?
With no confidence or regard of what people have, how repulsed people are by you. Kidding. It's a very
Well, I
negative
mean,
way to put
like,
it.
the only reason people try to look good for the
You can do
world.
what you want. It's good to take pride in your appearance, though.
That's true. I agree with you. You're right. Because if I feel confident about myself, it'll radiate to other people and they'll feel it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. Maybe I should rethink that. But I don't know. Next month
I wear
is
the
no
same
shave.
thing every day.
Next month is no shave November. So
Yep. Maybe I'll have
you
to
wear
participate.
you wear the same thing every day, huh?
Yeah, more or less. I wear my white t-shirt and my black pants after work. It's just what I wear for work, so. I wear the same hat and sweater every single day, and even if it's hot outside, I wear it anyway.
What's that?
It's from Nightmare on My Street by Fresh Prince.
Do you ever think about like getting in shape and improving yourself, and then meeting a pretty lady and courting her?
Yeah, that's the goal.
That's why we both have to go to the gym tomorrow, Kevin.
Now, I have a story that I like to tell about this guy you all know. He has me scared as hell. Zach, can I please just do the song of the month as that? A cappella?
I mean, I've been practicing really hard on the song of the month, but if you...
Okay, how about for next month? Since next month we'll be talking about October. Even though this month it's coming out during Spooky Month, next month, in early November, we'll be discussing Spooky Month. So.
Can we do like a full Halloween special where we have like sound effects and like...
And we wear
I guess that kind of only... Yeah, the problem with this podcast is that it relies solely on what we watch in a given month. So it kind of just is...
In terms of discussion?
An endless string of... What I actually enjoy about this podcast is just talking to you, not just describing the plot of the movies I watch. Personally.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is side tangents.
Yeah, I think the side tangents are the essence.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny to go on a tangent for 20 minutes and then the next sentence we just slip right back into the next movie.
Yeah, I agree.
So also I watched It from 1990.
And did you like it?
Between the Temples?
No, I mean, definitely I'd recommend it. Definitely, I don't know.
What about Between Two Ferns?
Good movie for a cold period of time when your heart is frosted over. And, I don't know, I liked it. Between Two Ferns is very funny. I find Zach Galifianakis to be funny.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't really watched it in a while, but...
I'd like to issue a public apology toward the audience. And Zach, my co-host. I did not watch the Beach Boys documentary in the month of September. Nor will I probably watch it this month. So maybe I'll watch it in November. Or maybe I'll just save it for like May. So it's more summer themed.
I didn't even realize that you said that you were going to watch it.
Yeah, in the August month I said I'll make a point to watch it. And I never did, so that was my apology. What I did watch, though, is the 1990 miniseries It, the 2-part miniseries from ABC, based on the novel from Stephen King. This one is pretty beloved, turns out, by pretty much everyone that kind of grew up with it. I've read countless comments of adults talking about how they were terrified of the Pennywise or the poster of Pennywise as a kid. But I'd never seen it and really only knew like clips of Tim Curry as Pennywise, so I went into this after reading the book pretty much having not seen any of it. And it was pretty bad, to be honest. I thought the acting from the kids was pretty bad. Like, Bill was kind of good. Like, he could emote well, but, like, the cadence in which he spoke and just, like, the way he's acting was, like, I don't know. His inflection was just weird, and the adult acting was not that great. And apparently they wanted it to be, like, 8 hours or so and, like, make it super long and faithful, but it got whittled down as they went along. I watched a documentary about it called Pennywise, the story of it, which I'll discuss in October. So I watched it. I'll discuss it in November. Since I watched it in October, which is how our podcast works.
Right.
So definitely part 1 was better. I did like how they kind of, the way they did it is they would show the adults getting the call from Mike, and then it would show the flashback and like their memories come marching back to them after Mike calls them, and basically get the whole story of the 2017 movie for the kids, the whole children's side in that 1 hour and a half, and then the adults finish their story in the next part, and yeah, it was okay, not terrible. By far the best part was Tim Curry. Any of the scenes where he was as Pennywise or he would change into somebody else, I really liked like kind of the imagery of when Ben saw his dad standing in the field, which was new to the book. They didn't mention his dad really at all new to the movie. They didn't mention his dad in the book at all. He just wasn't a presence. I think he just probably died or left him, I forget what. But they made it a plot that his dad died, so there was like a shot of him just kind of standing in the field. This kind of eerie, kind of cool imagery. All the shots of Pennywise were either kind of cool or iconic and colorful and nice. And yeah, by far, and that's probably why it's so memorable, there was like a lot of miniseries in the 90s. There's Langoliers, Tommyknockers, which I just watched the first half of today, It, The Stand, there was The Shining one, and pretty much all of them are forgotten except for It. The Stand is pretty well remembered too, because that was pretty good. But especially in terms of non-Stephen King fans as well, It is by far like his most iconic, which was why they were so hyped about the 2017 film, which I watched right after the 1991, of course, because I finished the book, which we'll also talk about a little later.
Are you saying that It is Stephen King's most iconic book of all time, or what? I kind of missed what you were saying.
I was just out of the miniseries, I guess.
I see.
Yeah, and It, as a live-action thing, is one of his most iconic. Say The Shining.
Sure.
Or It. Maybe, or Carrie. Probably It. It is probably his most popular, most known, especially now.
What about Shawshank Redemption?
Shawshank, yeah. The Shawshank's an interesting one because people don't even know it's Stephen King when you mention it. Those are two I haven't seen, the Shawshank and Stand By Me. But the stories are great. Once I get to the poster, I never watch them.
Scare me.
I much more enjoyed The Half in the Bag. My God. Then, very coincidentally or purposely, interestingly, regardless, 27 years after the first It miniseries came out, the feature film came out in theaters. And of course, we all know the lore is that every 26 to 27 years, It comes back. So literally after 27 years, it comes back again, which is pretty cool. And I really enjoyed it, the 2017 version. I got a little emotional and cried, I think. Just because I really thought they were portrayed well, and I really loved the kids, especially in the book. Especially Ben, he was probably my favorite character. And I really loved how they all bonded and met each other, and their friend group grew throughout the book. And I think the It movie from 2017 is just a really great, almost standalone movie that you don't really have to watch the second one to get the whole story. This one's almost just kind of standalone and just nice. And all the kids are just perfect casting. I really think they nailed the casting with this one, and especially with the second one too. I think Finn Wolfhard as Richie Tozier is super great casting, and who I imagined the whole time while I was reading it. And Ben's actor was greatly cast, and Bev, Stan and Mike. Bill too, even though they got his hair color wrong. Actually, they didn't. It was kind of like brown red, but it was like flaming red in the book. Yeah, and Stan too. I mean Eddie. Eddie was great cast. Yeah, I mean the casting was so perfect. They changed the story a bit, dumbed it down, made it less cosmic. Left out the turtle and everything, but I think for what it was. And I think I bumped it up. Really, it's like a 7 out of 10, but I gave it an 8 because I really loved it. And it made me a little emotional because I was really loving the characters. So I gave it an 8 out of 10.
There's always that emotional factor that can really swing a rating. If you actually feel something watching a movie, that automatically gets it some sort of bump.
Definitely. No doubt about that.
Just like in Kramer versus Kramer.
It's a good movie. Not about Cosmo Kramer, though. Or Babs Kramer.
No, it's about a very serious melodrama about divorce and its consequences.
So that was It and It.
Check
out the Half in the Bag where they talk about It and It.
That Half in the Bag is one of the most iconic to me because I always just remember Mike's the Classic going. I don't even know if it was that Half in the Bag, but whenever he goes,
it is.
Spooky clowns scare me.
It's from both of them.
I used to do that during
Spooky.
I used to do an impression of. I used to do an impression of Mike Stacklasa saying "Spooky clowns scare me" during video production for Louise Galvan, and he would always think it was funny.
Yeah, you're a real riot.
Oh yeah. Yep. All I knew how to do was make people laugh. Not how to ask them, how are you today?
Hey, that's pretty much me too. I like making people laugh.
Feels good to make people laugh.
I feel awkward, I try to be funny. I just try to
Me
keep
too.
people funny and not engage in a conversation.
Cuts the tension. A lot of tension involved with a serious conversation. Especially with someone you might not know. It's almost a reflex for me to just make a joke or try to make a joke. Or try to just be sarcastic or just in some way ironic or kind of detached from any sort of authentic conversation.
All right.
Spooky clowns
last movie, which was not watched in September. Because you're a chump. Just kidding.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this and I didn't even register that this is the movie I watched. I thought this was a movie you watched, House. Forgot it was called House. Okay, yeah, so I watched this.
I thought it was like the show with Hugh Laurie.
Yeah, or something like that, yeah. Yeah, I guess I just forgot that the movie was called House. I wasn't thinking of the the famous poster. I was just thinking about some sort of house somewhere,
Oh,
just a regular normal house. But anyways, yes, I did indeed watch
check it out.
House 1977 extremely late. I watched it 2 days ago on Thursday, and
Oh,
but I will say that this was an extremely,
for reference, this is what the Criterion looks like. Inside.
for our audio listeners, Kevin is holding up a plastic case that has a DVD in it.
It's a Blu-ray,
Blu-ray.
actually.
Blu-rays are kind of like a type of
Criterion.
DVD.
It's not actually though.
I mean, I view it that way.
You
I guess
always
it's just
call DVDs CDs as a kid.
I guess Blu-rays and DVDs are just, and CDs are just all types of discs.
Zach, you know what I did after I got out of the shower the other day?
Dry yourself off.
Yeah, but before I did that, I stepped out of the shower with my towel, and I kneeled down and got on the floor on my knees and laid down and put the towel over my back, so I was a turtle. Remember? I just needed you to sit on my back.
That brought back a memory of that. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. I was small enough so I could be completely covered by the towel. You could sit on me and I'd be a turtle.
Mm-hmm.
I was not completely covered by the towel when I tried.
Wow, yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. It's like it. You
Mm-hmm.
got the call and you remembered.
It's interesting how there's all these things that happen in your childhood and you forget most of them, or I do. Anyhow,
Anywho.
the movie House was quite the ride. I think what I enjoyed and respected about it the most is just the creativity and the simple just refusal to have any sort of, to just abide by any preordained rules of how to make a movie. And man, just kind of the sound effects and the music going on at any given time. The movie is very colorful and very cartoonish, and there's lots of like, I don't even know what you call them, but when it's like an overlaid like animation of like you know what I'm talking, like the like crazy like jagged lines or whatever around the frame, or just weird animations.
Yeah.
Overlaid on top of the actual movie.
When her face falls off.
Mm-hmm.
There's fire underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they like it's like comic book frame for like emphasis, or you have like the special effects type stuff with like the floating head.
And all the kung fu scenes were just very entertaining, or just sequences more than scenes really, and just like a couple seconds of it, but just the way it's shot and edited. And one thing that's sticking out in my mind when I'm thinking about it is early on in the movie when before they actually go to the house and the girls are just like kind of talking to each other. There's a scene where they have shots of the girls, and instead of like panning from one to another, they're within a distance of each other that you could easily pan from one to the other with the camera. But instead of doing that, they have both shots, and they just wipe from one to the other back and forth, which is very interesting. I'd never even seen that done before. Like as a consistent.
I have to rewatch. I don't remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, you should.
Planning to rewatch it this year.
Not gonna?
Planning to before the end of
I see.
October.
I see.
I like when the guy falls on his butt and then spins around super fast. That caught me off guard the first time I watched it. I was like, wow. They were just kind of normal. It was just kind of they were at a school so far, and then it's like and he rolls around. It's like
I don't even remember that.
It's like stop motion, and he's like sitting in a pot.
Yeah, I don't even remember that.
Huh. We both don't remember things.
Yeah, there's something wrong with our memories. You know what I talked to Sam? I was hanging out with Sam one time, and we were like talking about movies or like watching movies, and I was telling him like when I watch a movie I can't like remember all my thoughts about it, Like I can't keep them all in my head. Like a lot of the thoughts I have while watching movies, I'll just kind of have when I think them when I think them, and won't be able to kind of synthesize them into something. And he was like, "Yeah, that I've never had that. That never happens for me." And I was like, "So you always just remember every single thought you have about a movie?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he looked at me like I was weird. But for me, I just can't seem to remember everything I think about a movie.
Huh. I mean, I feel like I remember how I think about the movie. I remember a lot of like forget a lot of plot details or scenes, I guess.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I remember.
Oh.
I remember. I can say what I think about a movie, but I can't remember every single scene in sequence or any sort of thought I might have had about every individual scene while it was happening. Which I guess is I should watch movies with a notepad so I can jot down notes. Because it's crazy how if you just jot down notes, you can just remember them. I also think about that when I watch YouTube videos that are for.
I would never watch. I wouldn't watch a movie like that. I don't know about never. Well, I've done it before in class, but for like a first time watch, I would just sit and watch it.
Yeah.
No notebook.
I mean, I feel like I feel like what would make it kind of good, not too cumbersome, is just not trying to necessarily take notes on a movie, but just.
But if you think of something,
But if you actively think of something, might as well just write it down.
it's an optical illusion, Zach. See?
Yeah. I think the optical illusion would work better if the camera was moving instead of your head. If you were moving the sticky note forward as you were moving the camera back.
I'm not getting any smaller, Zach, or any bigger. I'm just closer to the camera. Ponder that.
True. I'm gonna squint and see if I can. It seems like you're getting. Seems like I can't understand it. No, I still have depth perception. I was told a lie when I was a kid that if you squint your eye, you don't have depth perception. But
Well, if you
I guess
just
we
have
ju-
one eye, I mean, you don't have depth perception. And especially after being blind in one eye for a long time, you'll start to, like, lose it what you already have from briefly closing your eye.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, thought that'd be closer. It's so cool, I have no depth perception!
Anyways, but the movie House, great, awesome, so creative,
Super fun.
so fun. Doesn't
Piano.
take itself too seriously. It's very I don't know. It's technically like be in like the category of a horror movie, but it's not really scary. It's just kind of very silly and wacky, and I love I love all the names. I'm sure. I wonder if the names of the characters in Japanese are just normal names of people in Japan, but the translation were all like words. Like all their names were words, like Melody and Gorgeous, and I can't think of the others, but you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they're all like
But yeah.
names. Yeah, I think it's probably just some sort of translation to the. They probably have more unique names in the Japanese language as well.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not named like Ashley in English.
Sure.
Probably are named the equivalent of Melody, whatever. For fun. It's kind of like each individual like kawaii characters.
True. I like the sequence when they introduced all the characters when they were first getting to the house. But yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm?
One of them likes to eat a bunch.
Right.
Is that the one who turned into a floating head?
I think so, yeah. One of them was named
Watermelon too.
One of them was named Prof, who's the smart one.
Oh yeah, like Professor. Yeah, I remember there was a lake at the end.
One of them
Big
played the
lake of blood.
piano.
Piano. I remember there was a monster piano. like in Mario 64,
Mm.
which I have
I've
beaten twice, and you have beaten once. Whenever you come over here, I'm going to be able to guide you through it without any issues.
Why did you play it
Mario
twice?
64 Master. Why did I play it twice?
Mm-hmm.
Played it once on the Switch, the cartridge I bought, and then I played it once on the actual N64 on the original cartridge, so I could prove to myself that I am a Mario master.
Nice.
Capable. Then I learned how to do the backward long jump too, which was fun. Which you don't even know about, I bet. You're not a real SM64 fan like me.
I guess not. I don't have any
I'll teach you
desire
how to do it when you get here. For fun. For winter or whenever.
Okay.
You'll be blown away. And then we'll start a YouTube playthrough on series.
I
SM64.
don't know if I want to do a whole YouTube playthrough series though.
Well, it's like Game Grumps.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Grump. I'm not so Grump.
I know, but we're not the Game Grumps.
Oh, did you like when the cat flashed very briefly and it was the poster?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, does it say Hasu in the movie? It's from my Criterion menu. It says Hasu, and then it says a thunderstorm.
I don't remember.
I always say that to myself. Hasu. Yeah, good movie. Very cool. 1977.
Okay, now.
I'll be watching it this year. I didn't watch it last year. I'll watch it this year.
You know what I think? I've been watching videos about books, and one of the videos I watched, he was like, "It's not good to have a big long list of books you want to read. You should just have 3 books that you want to read at any given time, and just replace them as you go. That way you don't get overwhelmed and you can just follow your interests." I think that's what I want to do, instead of making a big long list.
I have a big long list.
I know, and it forces you
That's
to torture yourself with movies you don't like. So
I'm not torturing
that's
myself.
why I say that, because I don't want to do that.
I'm not torturing myself. Why would you say that?
Well, I mean, you talk a lot about how you watch movies that are not really good,
It's not true.
and you're only watching them out of a sense of obligation.
That's not true. I watch
Like
them
just
because
to,
they're fun to watch, no matter how bad they are. These are cool. I like watching them. Sometimes
Okay.
I watch them just to say that I've watched them and have them under my belt.
right? That's what I think is not good.
I think
Because
it's
then
good.
what's
It's good to
then
know
what's
what's
your
out there. It's good to have a whole. I want to be an encyclopedia of knowledge of film, of opinions. That's all I want.
That's all you want for your life?
Yes, I want to be super cool and know the reference to everything.
Okay, I guess I understand now. Okay, I understand. I get it. I won't say anything because now I understand what you want. You want
it's
to be
that plus being fulfilled emotionally with a partner, and that's all I want.
right. No kids though, right?
No, unless I had a vastly higher income.
Mhm. Just someone who you can be comfortable with, right?
The one I can share a laugh with.
Mhm. Gaze deeply into her
Someone to
eyes
spend my
occasionally,
life
maybe.
with. Gaze deeply into their eyes. Cuddle.
Mhm.
Sleep in the same bed.
Human contact,
Touch.
touch. Yeah. Man, this is a sad podcast.
You think so? I don't think it's
Well, I don't know.
a
I
podcast.
I think I kind of steer the topics of conversation often into how sad and alone I
You just
am.
keep trying to steer it into how you want to improve yourself.
Yeah, guess that's
I'm just trying to
really
talk
what
about
all.
Hasu.
I guess that's all that's on my mind, really. I'm not really like. I don't spend all my time thinking about movies, really.
Yeah, well, I'm super satisfied with my life, so I don't have anything to worry about.
Yeah, I know.
Just kidding, that's not true. Ow, I just need to lose weight. I'd be so hot if I lose weight.
So would I. I don't even know what. Thing is,
And
you
then get
already
all the
you know
hose.
you sort of know what you would look like if you lost weight because you used to be perfectly healthy, but I don't even know what I would look like.
The funny thing is, though, I never have seen myself as like I know I've always wanted to lose weight, even though like looking back to when I was like 15, we made that like video where I made like a shower tutorial. Remember that? It was like a morning routine tutorial. I remember I
Yeah, I
felt
got
like
8.
fat and chubby when I made that, but now I look at it and like I'm so skinny in that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I think when I look back at videos. Like when I watched my short film "Fat" from last year, I look so. I look almost. I just look a little chubby, but now I'm actually properly big and fat. It's crazy. But yeah, but I think really the key is to gain muscle rather than lose weight and gain muscle. Don't you think?
Gotta let it go. That's what you want.
I mean, like
Depends on what
the
you want
way
to look like aesthetically. Just losing the
if
weight is enough.
you back then when you filmed that video, like losing weight you just would have looked gaunt and skinny and frail. Like you would have wanted to gain muscle,
Yeah, I mean,
right?
that's what I was doing P90. But I mean, I felt like I was still chubby and I wanted to lose weight.
Mm-hmm.
I just felt like the same exact as I feel now. I feel like
I
I've always
see.
been at the same weight and I always want to lose it. But I do fluctuate.
Huh.
Like
That's
I'm
interesting.
definitely much fatter than I was actually in that video.
Yeah. I think that. Yeah,
I think they call that body dysmorphia on the street.
yeah, they do call that body dysmorphia. Yeah, but yeah, so I guess, but I don't know. It is good to be healthy, but also it's all good. It'd also be good to not have a negative conception of my own body at all times.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's pretty much what I have.
one day I'll figure it out, and that day will be tomorrow.
You just gotta
There's no
put
day
down the
like tomorrow.
fork.
I do need to put down the fork. Yeah. I just need to literally. I possess within myself the power to do literally anything. All I have to do is actually just do it.
What if I threw this in the frame and it came out on your side? That would be crazy. Oops. That tricked it.
Okay. Well, so what's new in Walking Dead and Succession and Barry?
Yeah, I briefly just wanted to brush past these. I'm going to discuss Succession next month once I finish it. Actually, I probably won't be done by the end of November, the end of October. So I'll probably discuss it in November, which is December's episode. Not confusing at all. Walking Dead's good. Succession is the best show ever. Barry's good.
Awesome. Well, me and my roommate Ian have watched about 8 episodes of one of the best. Have you ever seen this show, Kevin? Freaks and Geeks?
No. It's on my list.
Well, I think you'll be delighted when you eventually get around to watching it. It's a fantastic show. Truly incredible. It's just it's so real. It's so raw. It captures the high school experience in a way. On the one hand, it feels very real. On the other hand, I wish desperately that the world wasn't so phone and social media and internet obsessed, and just, or at least I just wish that I wasn't on my phone so much as a teenager in high school. I wish I could have just been like a teenager and not been distracting myself or like being in the fake world of social media and stuff. Because this show takes place in 1980 to 1981 school year, and it's just about a group of classic geeks, three younger kids who are freshmen, Sam, Neil, and Martin Starr, whose character's name I don't know, and they're their own very wholesome crew of geeks who, they're classic geeks, and they're just trying to they get bullied, and Sam is sort of like the main geek, and he tries to he has a crush on this cheerleader girl who's very nice to him, but she views him as a friend, and man, just like the pain of that situation is just felt so deeply for me while watching that show. And then there's also the freaks who are basically just like burnout stoners, people who don't care about school, and it's Lindsay Weir, Sam's older sister, who's kind of used to be a straight edge student, but is now kind of trying to join the freaks, is becoming their friend, and her sort of hanging out, doing miscreant stuff, and also dealing with her identity and her parents, who are very traditional, suburban, nice white suburban family, classic setup of the mom being the homemaker and the dad being very kind of hard-headed and stern, but still kind of lovable. But yeah, it's an extremely wholesome show. I know it's one of Mom and Dad's favorite shows.
Yeah, I know, I gotta watch it. It's like one of those.
It's also funny and
really good.
Mm-hmm. And the first episode is filmed at Hart High School, our alma mater.
Yeah. I thought alma mater was a song. What does alma mater mean?
It just means that the school that we went to.
Is it Toe's mom?
Hmm?
Is it Toe's mom?
I don't know who Toe is.
Toe Mater? Alma Mater is his mom.
No. It means the school, college, or university that one once attended.
Did you ever watch Smiling Friends? Do you think this guy looks like Charlie?
Little Caesar? That guy is Little Caesar.
He is Charlie from Smiling Friends.
Yeah, I can see the resemblance. Similar face shape.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Similar nose.
But Little Caesar is dressed
Charlie.
up as a sort of a
Charlie, have you seen Mr. Boss lately?
Roman emperor.
Have you seen Mr. Boss lately, Charlie? I have a really good Pim impression. I want to get Pim tattooed on my body.
Okay. Oh wait, you got a tattoo, right? I want to see the tattoo.
Yeah, well, when I talk about it, I'll show you the tattoo.
Oh, okay.
That's
I've
why
kind
I
of forgot
saved
about
it.
that. I'm very interested to see the tattoo. Anyways, so yeah,
You saw a
Freaks and
picture of
Geeks.
it?
I didn't see a picture of it. I saw the picture of what it might be. I don't think I saw a picture of it.
Oh, I sent Mom.
Maybe you sent it to me, but my phone is dumb and doesn't show me things.
No, I think I sent it to Mom and not you.
Right. I think that might be the case, because Mom definitely did see it, because we talked about it when she was here.
Sandy.
Nice.
Aunt Sandy said,
Is Aunt Sandy a big
"Goodness."
fan of it?
Yeah. She loves Stephen King.
Anywho, Freaks and Geeks, 1999. I only watched the first 8 episodes or so, but maybe Ian and I will finish it. I already seen the show, so
You've seen it already?
yeah, I've already watched it.
When did you watch it? You watched it a
Long
long
time
time
ago.
ago, huh? Yeah.
Must have been like 8th grade or something. 8th or 9th grade or something like that.
What time am I representing?
3 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
Hold on, 9 o'clock.
Well, from my perspective, it's 9 o'clock.
Well, from my perspective, it's 3 o'clock.
Although this would be the clock, huh? So it is 3 o'clock. I'm the clock, therefore, it's not the clock's perspective that matters.
Yeah.
It's the time teller.
Time
So
checker.
It is 3. This would be 9.
That's pretty profound. It's not the clock's perspective that matters.
Technically, this would be 9. 10. 11. 12.
Anyhow. Books talked about.
The Terror, which would not end for another 27 years, if it ever. And here's, actually, I'll read those sentences. And I'll take off this too, so you can see it. This will be the, oops. This will be the big reveal of the tattoo. My homage and first tattoo of many of Stephen King books. Because I like. This is the book that I read. It. Nice signet paperback. Clocks in at 1,093 pages. The first paragraph, this book begins, and it's one paragraph, one sentence. The terror, which would not end for another 28 years, if it ever did end, began, so far as I know or can tell, with a boat made from a sheet of newspaper floating down a gutter swollen with rain. And here is my tattoo.
Nice.
And that is the cover. You can compare. That
Awesome. Beautiful.
Yep. That was a fun one. That took less than 5 minutes. I watched Cars 2 while that happened.
I didn't know that movie was so short.
No, I only watched a little bit of it. It was just playing when I walked in. The little room I had to get tattooed on, they had Beach Boys records on the wall. I think they had Love You.
Oh. Which ones?
I think it was just Love You.
They had Love You on the wall. Wow, that's a more obscure.
Isn't that the one
Beach
where
Boys
they're
album.
animated? In like the woods? No, not Love You. Not Love You. What's the one where they're
Smiley
like
Smile?
drawn? No, not Smiley Smile. It's like illustrations of them.
Friends?
No, not Friends. It's actually illustrations.
Friends is illustration.
No, it's not. It's like drawings, 2D drawings. Friends is like watercolor.
Endless Summer? I think you're thinking of.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Endless Summer. Yeah.
That's them. They're not in the. I mean, they're just kind of like morphed
Endless
into
Summer.
trees,
drawing.
basically. It is a good drawing. It's so interesting because that album cover is like so incredibly awesome, and it feels like it could have easily been an album cover for an actual album, but it's just a compilation. But one of the most important compilation albums for the Beach Boys.
We've been friends now. There's a little tiny line. It's not connected. Here.
Hmm.
I'll have to go get it touched up. Or maybe I'll just never do anything about it ever.
Yeah. I really want to get a Beach Boys tattoo.
Me too. and a Luma one.
What would you get for the Beach Boys tattoo?
So like smiley smile. Or like minimalist outline of pet sounds.
Mm.
You know
True.
that I've been a long time needing you. So it is about 7 children who, a few of them know each other from school, but besides like Eddie and Bill, basically, before the summer starts, none of them really were friends. And throughout the book, in parts 2 and 4, which focuses on the children, we get to see these children's relationships grow. They get to see them bond, and we also get to kind of understand that they're kind of being drawn together by some sort of external force. And when the kids meet another kid that's not really part of their group, they kind of can feel it and think to themselves, he'll play with us today maybe, and maybe a couple other times, but he's not one of us. And I feel like he knows it too. And then when eventually they meet Mike and he's the last to join the group, I think Richie or someone thinks there's 7 of us here, and he gets chills down his spine. And that is when the quartet is finally formed. Similar to how your quartet is being formed in Salem's Lot, Zach. So part 2 and 4 basically focuses on the children. There's 5 parts in all. Parts 1, 3, and 5 focuses more on the adults. Basically, part 1 is like the introduction / like prologue. The first chapter is the iconic scene of Georgie getting eaten. And then it flashes forward to the gay couple that gets beaten up. And then you get to see all the calls of from the adults, from Mike. They get to remember that they used to live in Derry and fought Pennywise. And that's some of the best stuff from this book is that 6 calls chapter. And then my probably favorite section is part 2, when the children meet, and then the best chapter, honestly, is Ben's first chapter. Really, really love it. Made me tear up when Ben met Eddie and Bill. And it describes how he never really has had any friends, and if asked if he was lonely, he wouldn't even consider that he is lonely, because he just doesn't even know what the alternative is. He's just always had no friends and just lives in his books. And it's very sweet and sad the way to describe Ben. When he meets his friends finally, he says, "You guys are really cool," all timidly, and I choked up reading. I was like, oh. I put the book to my mouth. I was like, oh, it's so nice. And yeah, it's very lovely. Richie says the N-word a bunch, which really brings the vibe down, though. And he has his voices, and one of them is called the N-word Jim voice. And he just does this horrible the stereotypical slave voice, like Massa and all that. Don't need to recite the paragraphs, but Richie says the N-word a bunch, and so does Henry. This is the most N-words in any Stephen King book, by far, probably. A lot of them are from Henry.
Impressive.
Some of the N-word stuff is weird. Mike calls himself an N-word with a hard R multiple times. But I'm not sure. I think it's just Stephen King writes it like that with the hard R. And maybe Mike said it with the A. Who knows? But that's just my thoughts. Dick Halloran from The Shining shows up for a bit in the backstory of Mike's dad, which is cool. That was pretty much the only minor connection to the Greater Tower Stephen King multiverse, besides, of course, the turtle and everything. But non-Dark Tower connections. Yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling a bit, and the other sections, of course, parts 3 and 5 are about the adults. Part 3 is the main adult section, and parts 1 and 5 also focuses on the children a bit. And part 5 is the final chapter, or final part, and it's very interesting. It switches back from the kids to the adults, mid-sentence sometimes, and starts a new sub-chapter. So it's cool stuff. He really gets creative with the way he writes. It says, one by one they passed through the fairy tale door and into the lair of it. Bill, and that's the last word. It's just one word. It says Bill, and then it says 7. Stopped so suddenly that the others piled into the freight cars. Blah, blah. And then they switch timelines into adult, back and forth, mid-sentence. Very interesting. Very creative. He was on a lot of cocaine in this, apparently. And of course, there was the child orgy, which when I read it last time, I was kind of like trying to just like skim through a lot of stuff and just get to the end of it so I could read more Dark Tower books. And so this time I was actually reading it and would not move on until I had understood what I'd read. Sometimes I get like, sometimes I found myself just wandering off in my thoughts and I have to go and reread the last 2 paragraphs. But never move on without not knowing without knowing what's going on. And so I
Good advice.
remember the child orgy scene this time, and it's still weird. And yep, he's big. Oh yes, the pain is back, and it's much deeper than when Eddie first entered her. They're 11, so that is an interesting part of this book. They do it because Eddie lost his way. Eddie has this like intuitive sense of direction, and after they beat it, they try to leave the tunnels, and Eddie cannot find his way out, so they all have to have sex with Beverly to reform that bond, and then Eddie's able to find his way out.
I don't know if that really makes sense.
Yeah. I have to read it and see what you think. It does make sense because it actually happened in another parallel universe, and he's just writing it. But actually, I think in the lore, you find out that most of the non-Dark Tower books are actually fiction. So maybe this is just fiction.
Right. Well, fiction within fiction, because the Dark Tower books are also fiction.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you go to any library, you would find it filed under the fiction category. And if you ask Stephen King, he would also say it's fiction.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of dismissive of Stephen King's massive talent to just say that it was just being channeled. I think he's actually just a really creative and talented writer.
I don't think it's dismissive. He's the only conduit that could have the stories harnessed through him and write them that way. I mean, what do you want me to say? He said that the Tommyknockers is his worst book. It's literally awesome, so he clearly doesn't understand what he's writing.
You know what book I really want to read?
What's that?
Ulysses by James Joyce.
Yeah. I don't really...
Do you want to hear the first paragraph?
Sure.
I read like the first page because I heard it was like really difficult to understand. And even the first page is kind of difficult to understand. There's a lot of words. It starts, stately, plump Buck Mulligan came from the stairhead, bearing a bowl of lather on which a mirror and a razor lay crossed. A yellow dressing gown, ungirdled, was sustained gently behind him on the mild morning air. He held the bowl aloft and intoned, "In troibo ad altar Dei." Halted, he peered down the dark winding stairs and called out coarsely, "Come up, come up, you fearful Jesuit." But you know what's cool about Ulysses is that I gathered?
What's that?
It's one book. It's like 1,000. Well, it says here it's 1,305 pages, but it's all about one singular day in like Ireland, I think. And it's meant to be like, speaking of the Odyssey, it's meant to basically be like the Odyssey, but just one seemingly benign day, I guess. But I don't even know what the plot of it is. All I know is that it's just one singular day, and it's supposed to be really hard to understand.
Sounds tough.
But so maybe I should read other. Maybe I should try to read other slightly easier books first to try to work my way up to it. Because I don't want to read it and then not understand it. You want to read Infinite Jest?
Yeah, read David Foster Wallace's books so I can be awesome. Just
True.
kidding. I just know that Infinite Jest is super long, and I watched the movie. I forgot what it was called, but it had Jesse Eisenberg and Jason Segel as David Foster Wallace. It was really good. It was an A24 movie. I watched it before.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're
Even
talking
knowing
about.
who David Foster Wallace was. So I found out, and I found out he killed himself and everything. I was like, wow, interesting. Infinite Jest is very long. In the Still Woozy music video for Again, he's holding a book called Infinite Zest. It's the same cover, but it's just changed to say Zest instead of Jest. It's pretty funny.
Oh, hey, Kevin. Did you hear the sad news about the guy from One Direction who died?
Liam Payne, yes, I did hear that.
Were you heartbroken? Because I know you're a big fan.
I was shocked. Yeah, it was pretty sad to hear about that. Pretty unexpected. He was only 31.
I was pretty shocked too. I was like, "Wow, really? Seriously? That's crazy." I didn't expect to see it.
You don't have to just be old. It can happen anytime.
Death can come at any time. It could come tomorrow for both of us.
Luke Boyce, that was another crazy one, and he died.
Luke Boyce?
Or Cameron Boyce, I mean. I'm thinking of his character from Jesse. His name's Luke. Cameron Boyce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed, he was very young.
Too soon.
20 years old. That's how old I
Harry,
am.
Niall, Liam, Zane, Louis.
Man.
It's just Harry, Niall, Liam. Harry, Niall, Zane. Harry, Niall, Zane, Louis. There's no Liam anymore.
Man.
So that was my thoughts on it, pretty much. Some people say it's bloated, but I mean, some of the stuff is not exactly needed for the general plot, but it's like the way he writes his characters is just too good. You also get a couple of little mini sections of its perspective. And you get like a couple very small little sections, but they're very fun. You get to hear about a little bit about his backstory, and you get to hear about the turtle. Turtle was a silly old thing that never came out of its shell, is what it thinks. The turtle vomited up the universe when he got a bellyache.
I've heard that.
And when it describes its inner monologue as he knows there's the turtle out there as a force of good, but he doesn't think there's anybody else out there until the children start to come. And of course, children by themselves should not be able to fight it, but he senses some sort of other, capitalizes other. And of course, from what I interpret, he's referring to Gan.
Gandalf from Lord of the Rings?
No, Gan. Just
Golf?
Gan.
Gam?
Watercress salad?
Alright, and the next book is the Dark Tower 2, The Drawing of the Three.
Ooh, that is such a great book, Zach. Dark Tower, Drawing of the Three is one of my favorite books of Stephen King's. Especially Eddie's section. Eddie's section, that entire thing is basically the best thing he's ever written. My favorite thing. Ever. So awesome. Can't really even describe, it's pretty complex, and just the whole plot of the book is basically Roland trying to just get medicine and bandages, as he starts the book getting attacked by these like lobster creatures, and he loses 2 fingers like just a few pages into the book, and is basically just battling infection and exhaustion and like a near starvation basically the entire book, and they're just trying to just get to some sort of level of calm and stability, and eventually they do, but the way they get there is so awesome. First he has to get Eddie, get him off the plane and get him through customs without alerting the authorities to his cocaine that he's trying to smuggle. Then they get Detta, who has multiple personalities, and they have to deal with her two personalities. One of them nice, one of them insanely antagonistic and murderous, and then they finally reach the third door, which is where things are really set in motion for the next book. They free Jake from his fate.
Kevin, I have to
And
pee.
Roland gets his medicine. Okay. You don't have to take the camera with you.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna take it with me, but
Okay. I thought you were just going to pee with me. And, I mean, that was really all I was going to say, regardless. Hard to talk about that book. I mean, number one, I don't want to spoil it for Zach, because I hope one day he will get into Stephen King as much as I am, and we can discuss it and love it, and mainly The Dark Tower. Or also for you at home, the viewer. Read The Dark Tower if you haven't already. Start with Carrie, actually, though, and then just email our month in film. I'll send you the Google Doc with the correct reading order. It's a pretty long book list, but it'll take multiple years, but it's worth it. So just email us at ourweekinfilm@gmail.com. I'll send you the list. Yeah, just hit me up. Yeah. It and Dragon the 3. What I read in September. And then I read Misery 2, but I finished it in the first couple days of October, and so we'll just talk about that next time, which is only going to be 12 days from now, depending on how quickly we get the next one out. Hopefully it doesn't take over a month again, but you know, if I've got something to do, I let Zach know when we have to postpone it. Zach's got something to do, he lets me know when we postpone it. So that's what happened this time. He's busy with work, schoolwork, so we postponed it. And that's why we did that. Now he's back. Looks like, and next we're going to talk about the book God Only Knows, about the Beach Boys. Zach, did you hear about have you heard of the Beach Boys, An American Family miniseries, or whatever it was called? Do you know about that?
yeah, I watched like half of it. It's
Yeah.
kind of cheesy and silly, but
Never finished it?
no, I never finished it.
How can you call yourself the biggest Beach Boys fan then?
I don't call myself the biggest. I don't think I call myself that. Do I?
No, you don't call yourself that. But you could if you watched them.
Right, but then, what would happen then? Would I suddenly be happy? Why would being the biggest Beach Boys fan actually matter? That's just a title. That's just ego stuff.
Like, not everything's just gonna bring you automatic happiness. You seem to think that you only do things to bring you automatic happiness. You could just do it for bragging rights and say I've seen it.
No, I'm saying, but what's the point of bragging rights?
Just to be like another chick off the box. I have that knowledge in my memory, and if I can have conversations about Beach Boys fans now and say, "Have you seen this?"
Right.
And then they say, "No, I've never heard of that." I said, "Of course you haven't. Why would you hear about it when you're not such a fan as me?"
Right, but that would not be a good way to make friends, though. You can see how that's a little like
Well, you wouldn't actually
like,
say that. You'd
rude.
just be say it in your head.
Right.
What you'd actually say is, "Oh, okay. It's not. It's okay. It's
I'd
interesting
say-
that it exists, though." But in your head, you'd go, "Yes, I'm such a good Beach Boys fan." Oh.
Yeah, but I just don't think that that's. I don't ever say anything about automatic happiness. I'm saying I don't know. I don't think there is such a thing as automatic happiness. But I know that becoming the biggest Beach Boys fan is not. It's not gonna make me happy. Maybe the process. I mean, having that title. Maybe like the process of learning about the Beach Boys could definitely be interesting and fulfilling. That's for sure. But I don't know if like doing it solely for the reason of being the biggest Beach Boys fan makes sense. I should just do it because I enjoy doing it. Just for the sake of it, not to achieve some sort of external like title of the biggest Beach Boys fan.
Yeah, I
just
know.
because I enjoy
You
doing
can never
it.
actually be the biggest Beach Boys fan either. I mean, it's all arbitrary. Really, you just watch it if you want to watch it and say, "Yeah, I've seen it."
True.
Pim,
There was
Mr. Boss is telling us to go help this guy named Mike Stoklasa. Okay, Charlie, let's
David
go.
Dave, David Leaf, author of God Only Knows the Story of Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys, and California Myth, it could be up there for title of biggest Beach Boys fan, or David Beard, editor in chief of Endless Summer Quarterly, the publication of record for the Beach Boys, which I really want to get a subscription to at some point if I ever make enough money. It's just like
Publication of what?
What?
Publication of what?
Publication of record. That's what they say on their website. I don't even know what that really means. But it's just like the only it's like the official, like, it's not official, but it's kind of like they interview all the real Beach Boys all the time. They, like, David Beard is like friendly with all the Beach Boys, and they do very in-depth stories. Their most recent issue is the Ding Dang issue, all about Love You and Ding Dang.
Dang.
Yeah.
Ding, dang, ding. Whoa. Ding, dang.
Ding, dang, ding. Woo! Ding and a ding dong. Yeah, that's right. You know it.
You know, I actually don't know it because that's actually how it goes. The song I was singing is not how it goes.
Well, you know.
I have this
sort of.
misconception of what ding dang is in my head.
Yeah. It's kind of a hard song to sing because it's kind of like layered vocals. Anyways, should I talk about the book? God Only Knows the Story of Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys, and California Myth?
I put my pants. I put my pants.
Seriously?
I don't think so. I don't know.
You think so?
I don't know.
You think you might have, but you're not sure, so you need to check.
We're clear.
Okay. Just a fart that you thought was a shard? Is
I've
that
just
what
been
happened?
having crazy farts right now. As soon as this is over, I'm gonna poop.
I get that feel. So God Only Knows. So God Only Knows the Story of Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys, and California Myth is the book that we talked about on the previous podcast, but I believe I was in the middle of reading it when we were talking about it. And now in September, I finished it. And basically, my review of the book, in summary, is that it's actually a very interesting book in terms of reading it, because it's not just a straight biography of Brian Wilson or biography of the Beach Boys or book about the Beach Boys. It's very personal. It has a lot of writing from the author about his personal relationship with the Beach Boys and Brian Wilson, because David Leaf started out as a Beach Boys fan in 1970 when he first heard Surf's Up. He got really into them. He, was one of the few people who was like a big fan of the Beach Boys at the time. Like, the Beach Boys are way, way more popular in terms of their like critical popularity now than they were in the 70s. They were kind of just seen as like surf songs back then by the general popular culture. He was one of the few people who kind of saw them in saw Brian Wilson and his genius. He had a few friends who were also Beach Boys fans. He learned about the story of Smile and how it was never finished. And so he decided, he had this dream that he was going to move to California, meet Brian Wilson, and help him finish Smile. He had that dream in like 1971 or whatever, 1974, whatever it was. And the crazy thing is that he actually did that. He moved to California in 1975 or 76 to write the book. He got like an advance on it because of his work on like a Pet Sounds fan magazine, basically. He got an advance to write a book about the Beach Boys. He moved to LA. He started writing the book, and his book came out in 1979, and that's the first part of the book. And then he had more and more interactions with people in the Beach Boys sphere. crazily, he played a game of pickup basketball with Brian Wilson in the 70s, almost right after he landed in LA. And he also met Dennis Wilson randomly on the street right after he landed in LA. And met Mike Love one time after a concert, before he even moved to LA, when he was just a fan, and met him and asked him about Smile. But anyways,
He's really in with them.
yeah, he was
Basically,
just like a journal.
when you met Mike Love.
Much more so than that, because he talks about how he was very not afraid of talking to anyone, and very comfortable. Like when he met Dennis Wilson, he just went right up to him and said, "Hey, I'm writing a book about the Beach Boys." I certainly would be nervous to approach Dennis Wilson. And when I met Mike Love, I couldn't think of anything to say. I just said, "Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. Nice to meet you." That's all I said. I could have said, "Fuck you! Why did you discourage Brian Wilson in 1966 and 1967 and say that Pet Sounds wasn't commercially viable? Fuck you, even if it wasn't commercially viable. You should have been able to see it was genius, you idiot. How could you not have seen that? Why are you so obsessed with money? Loser, idiot. You already had so much money. What do you need more money for? Huh? And why don't you play more classic songs at your concerts? All you play is the hits, okay? I know it's commercially successful, but there's some people out there who are real actual fans of you guys, and you just play the hits all the time. Why don't you play good songs? Like Cabin Essence." I could have said that, but I just said, "Hey, what's up?"
So what if it was a drug song?
Yeah, exactly.
It's better as "Hang On to Your Ego."
Mm-hmm.
Ever heard of the Beatles? They smoked heroin together. What do you think? You're some kind of prude, Mike? Get over yourself.
All four of the Beatles were high on heroin throughout all their albums.
With your fucking peddler's cap. Dumbass. Should have said that.
Exactly. That's what I should have said, but...
You said, "Ayo, Mike, hairline check."
Yeah, that also would have been funny, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, as I was saying, yeah, basically... the big update, the major update to the book explains that David Leaf, from being a fan, became involved in writing liner notes for CD box sets. Like he wrote the liner notes for the Pet Sounds 30th anniversary box set in like the 90s. And he kind of worked with the Beach Boys company directly for a while.
So he updates it periodically over the decades? Makes revised editions?
Well, yeah, he did the original edition. There was a 1985 update and then a most recent 2022 update. But yeah, I recently learned that the original version had way more pictures inside, which makes me want to get the original edition. Although I'm not going to, but it makes me think about wanting to get it. But basically, David Leaf and Brian Wilson became good friends. He made a documentary about Brian Wilson in 2004 called Beautiful Dreamer, which I haven't seen, but I want to see it. And he was basically, when Melinda was kind of convincing Brian to finish Smile in 2003 or whatever, Brian called David Leaf and said, "David, I need you to be with me while I'm doing Smile. I can't do it without you." And David said, "Well, the only way I can do that is if I do a documentary about it." So that's what his Beautiful Dreamer documentary was about. Brian Wilson doing Smile.
Have you seen that?
But yeah, no, I haven't seen it, but I want to see it.
Me neither. I've never heard of it.
Yeah. It's from a song that Brian Wilson wrote, I think. It goes, "Beautiful Dreamer," or something
Kind
like
of
that.
sounded like Brian just there.
Thanks. Yeah, that was my best impression.
You sounded like mid-life Brian.
Right. Yeah, that was my impression.
I've been sitting in a
crummy
room?
crummy movie.
Crummy movie?
I was sitting in a crummy movie with my hand on my chin. Although violence that occurs Seems like we'll never win. Oh, love and mercy for you and
Love
my
and
friends
mercy,
tonight.
that's
Yeah, I love
what
that
you
song.
need tonight.
Put that song
It
on my
says-
Lemon Party
It
playlist.
says, I was sitting in a crummy movie with my hand on my chin. Thank you. All the violins that are
I put that exact
just not
live
fair.
version
Yep. I had to
for the
delete that
end
one
credits.
from my normal playlist because I would just choke up. And I would not be vibing. I would just be sad.
All right.
So I removed it.
Yeah, it is pretty beautiful, and man,
When he said thank you, I was like, he deserves that applause.
he really does. And man, it's so crazy that he's still alive, and I'm just
Who could have thunk it? If he outlives
Yeah.
Mike Love, that'd be crazy.
that would be definitely would be crazy. He has dementia though, so
Yep, very sad.
very sad indeed.
And I didn't even get to see Al Jardine. He's sick too, I guess.
But did you hear the news about Al Jardine?
No?
He wants to basically start touring with Brian Wilson's band, just without Brian Wilson, and touring under. Actually, let me look up the name because it's really funny. But basically, he just because Brian Wilson's band is like incredible, like they play all the songs perfectly, and like they're highly trained and they're devoted to the music. But let's see. There's a Rolling Stone article. Oh no, I can't read it because I don't have a subscription. See, I can't even hear you singing, Kevin, because of the darn filter thing.
Well, I probably have that noise suppression on. How'd you turn yours off?
There's a little thing at the bottom,
User settings?
right next to the video connected thing. It's not even in the settings. It's the thing next to the phone symbol. It's little audio waves. At least on my Mac, there is.
Oh, I have mine off. Enable crisp noise suppression. Did you hear the clap that time?
Nope. Now take it off.
That's off. You hear that?
That's so dumb. Yeah, I could hear a couple claps, but not all the claps.
This thing sucks. Crispy. You crisp my nuts. How I love my diddy water. Heroes and villains, diddy water. Heroes and villains, diddy water. Heroes and villains,
Let's
diddy
see.
water. Heroes and villains, bum ba 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 ba. Heroes and villains, ba 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 ba. Dum dum dum.
See, I only heard half of that.
Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum.
I don't think this is a good podcast.
Rock,
I don't think anyone would ever want to listen to this
Plymouth
podcast.
Rock, roll over. Good thing no one does. Oh, rock, rock. Dum, 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 dum,
Mahalalula, Mahalalula.
Kini Wakapula. Doom,
Okay, Kevin,
doom, doom, doom,
listen
doom,
for a
doom,
second.
doom, doom.
Okay, ready? Quote from Al Jardine. Brian has agreed to allow me to use the name of his band to resurrect that incredible Brian band that we worked with so wonderfully for the last 20 or 30 years. I'm looking forward to meeting up with him shortly and working out a schedule to do a couple of benefit concerts that we can do in LA, and then maybe kick off an actual tour from there, maybe early next year.
Orem?
If Wilson takes part in these proposed dates, it would be on a one-off basis. Brian just isn't physically in shape to join us, Jardine said, but it wouldn't surprise me if he could make a few of the shows in the Los Angeles area where we intend to do a trial performance. The tour might be dubbed Brian Wilson Band, presented by fellow Beach Boy Al Jardine, he mused. And let's see. Jardine has vowed to add an element to the tour that Wilson has always shied away from. We never did video with Brian's band. I never understood that, but I think that dimension would really improve the quality of the show. I'll also tell stories to inform the audience about how the music was made, essentially. It could be a lot of fun. And he says, Jardine is still considering which songs might be played on tour, but hints that his focus would be on lesser played 70s era songs like Roller Skating Child from the Beach Boys' Love You. Mike does the 60s really well. That can be
We call it Al Jardine's tediously titled band. I hope I get to see him in Orem next year. Come back to Orem, Al Jardine and Brian's daughters. I enjoyed having you. You're always welcome in Orem at the Hale Center. And you, Matt Jardine. I remember when I saw you back in 2015 or so at the Hollywood Bowl after I got back from Hawaii. You can see my vlog. Have you ever watched my vlog of it? Oh no, Zach! This is my fault. No, I've been recording, but just recently. Now say something?
Hello?
Okay.
What's up?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, to all the folks at home who just heard me talking for the past couple minutes there, that's because I switched my headphones. As inevitably happens 4 hours into the recording, my headphones die, so I have to use my backup ones. And in the process of switching to my backup headphones, I did not switch over the audio input. So just for a couple minutes there, we didn't hear what you said. So
Okay,
maybe I'll
well,
just edit that part out. But ultimately, we didn't lose too much.
Great.
Just a few minutes.
Okay. The book is good. I like it. I recommend it. I want to read Brian Wilson's autobiography and Mike Love's autobiography also. So,
Yeah.
but exciting news
we can
is
trade. Buy me God Only Knows for Christmas, and I'll give you Beach Boys, Mike Love, and I Am Brian Wilson.
or we could just both check them out from the library.
But I already have my I Am Brian Wilson.
Okay, well then you could lend me your I Am Brian Wilson, and then you could also check out God Only Knows from the library, like I did.
Chucky does this in the 7th Chucky movie.
Flips you off.
Yeah. He
Is that
flipped
the
off
origin
Nick.
of the middle finger symbol?
Yeah, Chucky coined it. I think I did this last time, but when I looked it up at my library, it wasn't there.
Oh.
So you'll have to lend it to me from your library.
Yeah, you know, the Chicago Public Library does have an incredible amount of variety in terms of the books they have.
Yeah.
I was just adding a bunch of Beach Boys books to my shelf, like my For Later shelf. And they just have every Beach Boys book ever you could just check out. But yeah, the point I was trying to get to,
Oh yeah, it's available online. I don't like.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a Kindle or anything.
The point I was trying to get to is that next year, David Leaf will be coming out with a book specifically devoted to talking about Smile. So,
Oh boy.
that's exciting.
Yeah.
About the original Smile and about him
Probably gonna be a lot of insights.
helping. Yeah. Definitely. So, looking forward to that, and maybe next year I will read that and talk about it on the podcast.
What would you rather have, that book or a Beatles Get Back style documentary of the Beach Boys?
The documentary, definitely. I mean, if 9 hours of footage could just be manifested into reality, then yeah, that'd definitely be awesome. But that's never going to happen because that type of footage just doesn't exist.
How come it existed with the Beatles?
Because that footage is from a movie that they were making at the time called Let It Be, and it's just deleted footage from that. It's just unused footage that was restored. No one ever tried to make a documentary movie about the Beach Boys in the 60s or 70s of that extent or length. There's lots of little pieces of footage, like the famous footage of the fire sessions with everyone wearing their fireman's hats, and lots of little pieces of footage, but there's no like recordings of them just working. Peace.
Who is the Emperor of Ice Cream?
I don't know who the Emperor of Ice Cream is.
Me neither.
I believe that it's a play. Wait.
What I
not
don't,
a play.
What I don't know is what that quote or why part 2 is called that still. Read it twice.
Well, maybe we
don't
could.
know what Emperor of Ice Cream is. Could you boopity boop research together?
In my copy here, I have the copyright page, and it lists The Emperor of Ice Cream, copyright 1923 by Wallace Stevens from the collected poems of Wallace Stevens. So I'm going to look up The Emperor of Ice Cream, Wallace Stevens.
Why is it ice cream? Ice cream.
The Emperor of Ice Cream analysis.
Ice cream is good. I wish
Actually,
I could be the Emperor of Ice Cream. I got unlimited Rocky Road.
Says The Emperor of Ice Cream is one of Wallace Stevens' most famous and most notoriously ambiguous poems. It's hard to pin down the poem's themes precisely. Indeed, that's probably deliberate on Stevens' part, but the poem definitely presents a juxtaposition between the way things appear to be and the way things actually are. Can't find the actual poem, though. Emperor of Ice Cream.
Can you read the quote from the book?
Yes, I can. This is such a nice book to read, Kevin.
Yeah.
It's got the classic series of unfortunate events style pages. All right. Can't find. Let me look at the table of contents.
There's no table of contents, I don't think.
Well, there's part 1, part 2, and part 3. Part 2 is on page 163 here.
Oh, I was wrong. Who's the man and the boy, Zach? Tall man and the boy.
It's Ben and Matt.
Mark.
There's Matt, there's Mark, then there's Mike, all in the same book.
Mm-hmm.
Mark.
Mike Ryerson?
Okay, ready for the poem?
Yes.
Call the roller of big cigars, the muscular one, and bid him whip. In kitchen cups, concupiscent curds, let the wenches dawdle in such dress as they are used to wear, and let the boys bring flowers in last month's newspapers Let be finale of seam. The only emperor is the emperor of ice cream. Take from the dresser of deal, lacking the 3 glass knobs, that sheet, on which she embroidered 3 fantails once, and spread it so as to cover her face. If her horny feet protrude, they come to show how cold she is and dumb. Let the lamp fix its beam. The only emperor is the emperor of ice cream. What if we asked ChatGPT?
Do you have ChatGPT?
Well, yeah, I just go to chatgpt.com. You don't really need to have it. It's just a website.
Oh. I've never used it.
I mean, there's
I'm
like a version
contrary.
you can... Yeah.
I'm too afraid of AI.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't use it, honestly, because I shouldn't, like, talk to an AI, but it is extremely helpful. I used it for German. Why is part 2 of Salem's Lot titled The Emperor of Ice Cream? Submit. The title of part 2 of Salem's Lot, The Emperor of Ice Cream, is a reference to the poem. The poem is often interpreted as a meditation on death and the fleeting nature of life. In the poem, ice cream is used as a symbol of indulgence and pleasure in the face of mortality. Stephen King is known for drawing on literary references, and by using this title, he likely emphasizes the themes of death, decay, and the inevitability of mortality that run through Salem's Lot. Just as the poem contrasts life's trivial pleasures with the finality of death, King's novel contrasts the mundane aspects of small-town life with the horror of vampirism that threatens to consume it. In both works, there's an underlying message about how death, like the Emperor of Ice Cream, has the ultimate authority, rendering life's pleasures temporary and fragile. The title adds a layer of literary resonance, deepening the novel's exploration of the tension between life and death. That's what ChatGPT says.
Why is he the emperor of ice cream? I'll never get it. Ice cream. Ice cream cone. What are you pondering?
No, I just asked ChatGPT to explain the poem line by line and break it down, which it's doing, but it's way too long to read.
That's good too. I was wondering why specifically ice cream. Why is he an emperor? What kind of ice cream? Imagine.
Let's see. The only emperor.
It's melty.
It's ice cream. Ice cream is a symbol of fleeting pleasure and indulgence, and it becomes the ruler in this world. Life's sensory pleasures are temporary, but they are the only real emperor we can experience before death.
Mm-hmm. A lot.
Maybe when you reread it, you can really think hard about it. I don't know. I still don't understand, but.
Well, any thoughts so far on the novel Salem's Lot?
Oh yeah, so I really, I think I kind of maybe read a little bit of it near the tail end of September, but I've really just been reading it this month. So I guess I'll talk about it mostly next episode. But I will say that for like the early first part, I don't know. I've kind of like been hearing people say on YouTube or hearing like reviews of people saying that they think the beginning of the book is kind of slow, but I disagree. I found the beginning of the book to be honestly almost more interesting than what's going on right now because there's so much like tension and so much like mystery unfolding. But right now, where I am in the book, now it's just kind of like a straight vampire hunt, like very intense fighting vampires. But I honestly feel like it's more creepy when you don't know what's happening yet. And it was definitely very creepy when Ralphie Glick was taken and sacrificed as the first sacrifice. And that chapter where they go through the day of the town is very well written. I can visualize it in my head, and going from person to person. And I love the structure of different times throughout the day, and yeah, the writing is definitely very. I don't know. I think Stephen King just definitely knows the world that he's kind of thinking of, and can describe it very well, and also has fun. I think he has a lot of fun just describing things, taking time to describe certain things in depth and precise ways, and that don't necessarily aren't really necessary for the plot or have anything to do with the characters, but it's just like periods of narration or like commentary about some subject briefly, um, and yeah, also just the as we already talked about off camera, the way that he is able to it's able to convey the thoughts of characters very kind of seamlessly, like without saying like he thought da 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 da, or he'll like in the way he's narrating as the third person narrator, he'll kind of whatever character is kind of taking perspective in that moment will be kind of his thoughts, and
it's like the narrator picks up the frequencies of the character's thoughts. I always like his
exactly
almost always his narrator voice is kind of the same, kind of almost like detached in a way, kind of amused by the whole situation, and he just like you said, he goes off on tangents and just like spills dirt on random characters, and it adds nothing to the plot essentially besides just like it just feels real, and he's just like telling things that are just true, and he's like, and by the way, she had an affair with this guy and they hate each other, blah blah blah. I like Mabel Wirtz. You can imagine her just sitting in a musty old house, just sitting by her window all life long. So in some ways, Mabel Wirtz was the town, right, Zach?
true.
Good old Mabel Wirtz. You met Father Callahan?
Yeah, we met. You meet Father Callahan pretty early on into the book.
Right.
Not too early on, but
he does the Glick funeral first, right?
That's right. Yes.
Sad when Papa Glick says like, "Stop fooling your dad now. Get on out of there. Stop pretending." Dang it, Barlow. Why'd you have to be mean? He's innocent.
True.
These innocent Maine folk didn't do anything.
Yeah, where I am right now, Mark just escaped from the house, and Susan just became a vampire, and he met with Ben, and now they're strategizing of their plan to take the house and kill Barlow.
You already saw the scene where they went and saw Danny Glick's mom as a vampire?
No.
No.
Have not.
That's a cool part. As it described, like how it feels to be bitten.
Yeah, that it feels very good and
almost like
sweet.
sexual.
Well, it definitely talks about how the Glick parents, when his wife was becoming a vampire, talks about how the her husband got an erection when she was like retreating from the sun, when she's like becoming a vampire, or like slowly losing her blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whenever they're like half vampires and they're just like think they're sick, it's very creepy. Mike Ryerson's all sick. He like had to he had to like dig up the grave because he thought the boy's eyes were still open, and they were.
He did.
You all right, Mike? You look like
Anyways, I only have this much left,
nice.
so I'm almost done.
Moving right along. You should read The Shining after that, and then not read any big philosophical books.
I'm planning on reading The Shining before Christmas.
For Christmas. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I sure hope I get my hands on that copy of Salem's Lot someday.
I'm planning on finishing this.
Sometime before.
Sending it to you like I said I would. And then reading The Shining and then giving it to you for Christmas.
Just finish it before October 17th of next year.
Yeah, I'm probably going to finish it very, very shortly after, actually.
Yeah.
Probably within the next couple of days.
There's a follow-up to Salem's Lot from Night Shift called One for the Road. It's about like 30 pages long. It's really cool. And then there's a prequel called Jerusalem's Lot. But I read it, and I'm not even sure if it's the same Jerusalem's Lot. It's a completely different kind of horror. It's almost like kind of like Lovecraftian, like more kind of unknowable monsters, kind of like snake creatures. But it's still good. From the Night Shift collection. Whenever you read Night Shift, One for the Road is really cool.
Well, after The Shining is Rage.
Yep.
Which I might just read.
Are you gonna get Rage?
I might read that soon too.
You have to buy the Bachman Books collection, Zach, for me.
Yeah, but that collection,
the one that's
that
black.
collection did come out in 1977, so.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They didn't publish the 4 Bachman books in the original press with Stephen King's name on it. They count. You can just slip them into their publication order and save on 4 books. What I mean.
I'm not gonna buy the $5,000 Rage.
I know what I expect.
I was just gonna read Rage.
Yeah, just buy the hardcover and read Rage from it. You just read all 4 of them from it over time.
Oh, that's true.
And then gift it to me when they are all done. Because I already have it on paperback. I read Rage.
Good point. After that is The Stand, and then Night Shift.
Yeah. Even though there's a short story in Night Shift that connects to The Stand as well.
Well, what do you mean, even though? It's after, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, it takes place because the Jerusalem's Lot one takes place after the book's over, so it's like that. But the Shining, the Stand short story from Night Shift is just like a mini chapter that just goes into it. It takes place right when people are starting to die.
Hmm.
But really, it doesn't matter. You can read it before or after. In fact, it's probably better after.
Well, yeah, I'm reading in publication order, so.
Mm-hmm. As did I.
I thought you read in the Dark Tower order.
Well, I read that first, yeah, and then I went back and read everything again.
How many Stephen King books have you read this year? Or what book were you on when you started this year, and what book are you on now?
Okay, let me check.
Because I'm interested in when you'll catch up to present day, and if you'll have the opportunity to read a new Stephen King book when it comes out while he's alive, having read all of his previous books, because that would be pretty cool, right?
Would be pretty cool. It'd be sad if I never got that chance. I just thought about that. I'll have to really kick it into even higher gear. No, I'm just gonna take it at the pace, and hopefully he'll still be alive.
I mean, it is
He's
number
got a
23,
good
huh?
15 years left in him. It is number 23.
According to this list I'm looking at here on candidcover.net.
You can't trust that list. It is number 23.
You think your list?
Yeah,
you think
my
your
list
list
is the
that you
best.
also got off of the internet is better than?
No, I didn't get my list off the. And I meticulously organized multiple Wikipedia articles together to make it one cohesive list.
Yeah, but Wikipedia is the internet, though.
Yeah, but Wikipedia does it organized into Bachman books, story collections, novels, blah blah blah. So, okay. Oh wow! So yeah, I started this year finishing my different seasons read along, which started back in August of 2023. In between, there was 4 novellas in different seasons, and I read the first novella, and then I read the first 4 series of unfortunate events, and I read the second novella, and then more series of unfortunate events, and then the third novella, and then the last series of unfortunate events, and I finished it. So I read different seasons. Oh, it doesn't really count. And then I shoved in the Cirque du Freaks. And I read the Gunslinger. That's 2. So let's see. I was on the Gunslinger. Was different seasons is number 14. Now I'm on number 27. So I've read 13 books this year. Stephen King. Plus some Cirque du Freaks.
Oh. And you're reading the Tommy Knockers
and actually
right now?
It was actually 15 because you have to throw in Rage in the Stand too. It's actually 15 because I went back and and Carrie. I read Carrie again, so that's 16 books. I finished the Tommy Knockers 2 days ago. Now I'm reading The Dark Half.
About Nightmares in the Sky, Gargoyles, and Grotesques.
That is just a coffee table book, and I don't care about it. Oh. There's also a Red Sox book, and there's also one called Secret Windows, Secret Gardens, which was like exclusively published and is not really much of noteworthy. The only 2 real nonfiction books he wrote is Dance Macabre and On Writing. Eventually, one day, I'd like to read Secret Windows, Secret Gardens, but it's like pretty rare, and it's just like a collection of random essays. It was released in like the book club subscription. There's like a bonus.
So I guess you're not really the biggest Stephen King fan then.
I am. Doesn't matter how much obscure, rare books I read of his. I'm the only one that understands. I'm the only one that understands that it's actually real. This lady I was watching was talking about the Tommy Knockers, and she was like giving critiques. And I was like, you don't get it. Clearly. Stephen King mentions himself in the Tommy Knockers. There were so many references in the Tommy Knockers. It was a real smorgasbord for a constant reader like me. Probably had the most tie-ins of any book so far. Mentioned Pet Sematary. Mentioned The Dead Zone. Mentioned Stephen King himself. Mentioned It. Tommy Knockers was pretty cool. Pretty awesome. Dad said it was his weakest book out of all of them. And I thought the Tommyknockers was awesome. So if that was his weakest book, then I'm in for a treat.
I guess so, yeah. Okay, well, I guess we were finished talking about everything, huh?
Yeah, that about does it. Thought we'd get this done a lot quicker since there's not so many movies to do. But we went on a lot of tangents. We're at 4 hours now. And that's okay. I like a nice long episode.
True, yeah. Any other thoughts about anything?
No other thoughts about much. We just need to do the recommendation and song of the month.
All right, well.
And we can get out of here. We can skedaddle. And I can watch
For
Puppet Master, but probably actually just go to sleep. It's getting late.
For my recommendation, I'm going to recommend the movie. Oh wait,
Zach, and this needs to be a Halloween movie, by the way. I had to say that.
It's gonna be a scary. It's definitely a scary movie.
Yeah,
creepy.
it has to be horror.
Okay.
Say that goes without saying, though. But if
From
it's not,
the year 2008, directed by Tomas Alfredson. The vampire movie Let the Right One In.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I've heard that one in. Heard that one.
Oscar is
It's kind of like a
12-year-old.
creepy. It's like a kind of like a creepy Swedish one.
Definitely a creepy Swedish one.
Cool.
Yep. So yep. So I guess you'll have to watch
vampires.
that one. You hate vampires, huh?
Yeah. Out of all movie monsters, vampires are my least favorite, honestly.
Really?
Don't really care about the mummy, though, or the werewolf.
True.
I like them less. They were in It. It is a lot more creatures in the book than in the movie. In the movie, he's basically just Pennywise. He's like a giant bird in this one. He's a mummy. He's a werewolf. He turns into Jaws for one of the kids. He turns into like the creature from the Black Lagoon. And he always has orange puffballs, even if he's a different creature. It's like it at its truest form is the wall of deadlights in the outer cosmic macroverse or whatever it was called, and then it has its physical form on Earth, which is like second layer of it, and then it has like a base layer skin of Pennywise, which is like third layer of it, and then beyond that is like anything else, which is like the fourth layer of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is female. I don't know if you knew that. They don't go into that in the books or movies, really. But it basically the reason why the Losers Club was formed. It might have something to do with Patrick Danville as well, but I think mainly it's because it was going to be spread her babies, and there was like hundreds of it eggs in its lair at the end, and Ben single-handedly stomped them all out one by one.
So I guess it should really be called She or Her.
Yeah. Audra Denbrough's last thoughts before losing her mind were, "Oh dear Jesus, it is female," all in caps.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, ready for the song of the month?
Awesome. Yeah, Zach, let's hear it. What's the song called?
Okay, would you rather... I'm going to give you a choice, wait. Would you rather hear a wholesome, slow-paced song or a fast rock song?
Slow-paced.
Okay.
Make sure you're recording your thing, right? And I'll stop talking so it can be nice, clean audio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just let me know when you're recording.
Okay. Should I make sure you could be in the right key? Okay. And now I'm recording. It's you I like, not the things you wear, not the way you do your hair, but it's you I like. The way you are right now, way down deep inside you, not the things that hide you, not your toys, they're just beside you. 'Cause it's you I like, every part of you, your skin, your eyes, your feelings, whether old or new. I hope you will remember, even when you're feeling blue, that it's you I like. It's you, yourself, it's you. And Kevin has left the room. He was so disgusted by the song that he just had to leave. It's you I like, by Mr. Rogers. And I was going to sing Help Me Rhonda by the Beach Boys for the rock and roll song. But since Kevin left, I might as well do that one too, right? I can do whatever I want, no rules. Well, since you put me down, I've been up to it in my head. I come in late at night, and in the morning I just lay in bed. But Rhonda, you look so fine, and I know it wouldn't take much time for you to help me, Rhonda, help me get her out of my heart. Help me, Rhonda, 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 yeah, get her out of my heart. That was just a bonus because you left for some reason in the middle of my performance, so I figured I would just do both.
I'm sorry I left. I really had to go pee. I was listening though, it was really nice.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been practicing Help Me Rhonda for a while, and I've been belting it, but that time I didn't belt it, I just did it in my whatever, like mid voice, you know? But it's not falsetto.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily your chest either.
I think it's called your head voice.
Head voice. True. But anyways, yeah, so
What was that one called?
that's
It's
about
You
it.
I Like?
It's You I Like by Mr. Rogers.
Any idea what the year is?
It's just a song he sang on his...
Any idea the record
show.
label?
You put the record label for all the
kidding.
songs?
No, I'm just kidding. Zach, you know,
It could be... Put 1984, because it seems like... I don't know, I just looked it up, it said 1984. But I don't know.
Zach, you know,
It's You I Like 1984.
What year did Help Me Rhonda come out? In it, apparently...
1966. No, 1965. What am I, stupid? 1965.
In it, apparently Dope Back Down and Surfing USA were supposed to be in it. but I did not recognize it in the book. I'm not sure. It has a copyright list at the back of the page with 3 pages worth of songs used. But yeah, Don't Back Down and Surfing USA were in that list, but I never saw them in the book. I was looking for them the whole time. I can imagine why Don't Back Down would be in it. Especially the line, he grits her teeth, you don't back down. Very applicable to the standoff with Pennywise. Not sure why Surfing USA would be in it, though.
That's weird that it's in the copyright, but you can't seem to find it.
Yeah. There's lots of old people that you like in the book referenced. Frankie Valli. And Little Richard.
Nice.
I heard a whole lot of shaking going on. I'm going to play this now. You know that song?
Is that by Little Richard?
Yeah. There's a whole lot of shaking going on. Whole lot of chicken in the barn. Whose barn? What barn? My barn. Come on, baby. Whole lot of shaking going on.
True. Yeah, no, I really haven't listened to a lot of Little Richard. I know who he is, but...
Here's part 2. See, he has this very prophetic quote here. Sometimes I wonder what I'm going to do. There ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Eddie Cochran, part 2.
Sometimes I wonder what am I gonna do about the rain.
Ain't no cure
for the summertime blues.
Yeah, listen to the Eddie Cochran version. The Eddie Cochran version is better
Cochran.
than the Beach Boys. I added that to my playlist.
Eddie Cochran's a pretty cool guy. Pretty cool rocker. Rockabilly.
Gonna take myself to the United Nations.
Conan O'Brien loves rockabilly music. Did you know that?
No. What's rockabilly?
That's why Conan O'Brien is so cool. It's because he's so smart and funny, but he also plays the guitar. And he loves rock and roll. Rockabilly is just kind of like classic rock and roll. Kind of like Elvis Presley type. You could look it up. I don't know how to describe it. It's just kind of very classic. It's just very classic, original.
Oh, my baby, don't you cry.
Popularized by artists such as Carl Perkins, Elvis Presley, Johnny Burnett, and Jerry Lee Lewis.
Oh yeah, it was actually Jerry Lee Lewis, not Little Richard I was thinking of. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw that Stephen King is or whatnot. I don't think he is anymore, but it was at some point in a rock and roll band.
Yeah, he just for kind of for fun. The back picture is him with his guitar.
Nice.
I watched so many movies in October so far. I'm looking at this. This is crazy. It's actually so many that I watched. Folks, we're gonna have to tighten this up for the next episode, or just make it even more leisurely, and this will go for 9 hours. This is an insane amount of movies I've actually watched this year and this month. Crazy.
Yeah, we're watching a lot of movies.
Satisfying though. 3, 4, 5.
I admit, I would love to be watching more movies, rather than wasting time doing nothing.
26.
But I'm also,
movies.
I am glad I
Dang.
have been reading.
Yeah. You can read all
Reading
3
this.
Salem's Lots after you're done.
Read or watch?
I mean, watch.
Yeah. I don't know if I will. That's kind of a lot of Salem's Lot. I was thinking of watching the miniseries.
Just watch the 70s miniseries.
Best
yeah.
one.
It is the best one. The new movie's not too bad either. They changed some stuff though. They made Jimmy Cody a black woman. That's the only gender swapping that they did
True.
in the movie.
I heard I was watching a review of that movie, and the reviewer said that she's the "aw hell no" character.
No, she's not. She's not. She was like a calm, normal person. She was like, "Oh hell nah!" Like stereotypical black person in a. I'm getting out of here. Like no, it wasn't like that. She was just a normal person.
That's what the reviewer said. I don't know. Maybe the reviewer was racist and just didn't even pay attention.
He's woke now. No, she was just the same as normal Jimmy Cody.
Right.
She was just black and a woman.
So I don't know what the reviewer was talking about then. I don't know. Okay, well,
come back on.
I'm pretty tired personally.
First week of November for the next episode, folks. I should have this up by tomorrow. These take hours. Sounds good. These take hours to upload.
Well, I forgot about my recording.
Mainly to export. Mainly to export.
All right.
My song of the month suggestion is the song "Atomic Vomit" by Steve Lacy. Listen to it. You can listen to it, Zach. Atomic Vomit.
Atomic Vomit.
I've been vibing to it. So good.
Never heard of it. You think it would translate well to ukulele?
Not really. It's more like drums and bass and kind of just the production value is what makes it. And Steve's vocals. Want to listen to more Steve Lacy. And Steely Dan and Talking Heads and what did I watch the other day that had Talking Heads song in it? Oh, it was the end of The Bear season 3. Yeah, I watched The Bear.
Oh, really?
Finished The Bear. Wasn't the best.
What was the Talking Heads song though?
I can't remember what it is. I think it might have been First Week last week.
I didn't even know that.
That's the one. I don't know what it's called though. But I think that's First Week. Then it goes right into First Week, last week. Do 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 da 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 do 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 da 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 do da 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 da.
Okay, I just shared the audio with you. So now you have it. So now my responsibilities are done.
Oh, Zach, we could probably actually hang up first and then we could brainstorm about the description. Okay, so with that, I say thank you for watching.
Okay.
And come back in November. We got a lot of movies to talk about. And
indeed.
Above
and
all
as we
else,
always say,
don't forget, and as we always say, keep your friends close.
Keep your friends close and your enemies
closer.
Closer.